Good eve. Woo. All right. So I feel like I'm right on top of my mic, but it's still not real loud. Are you guys able to hear me okay in the audience in the back? Yeah? Thumbs up? Okay. So I'm super close. Ooh, thank you. So I'm super close to my mic, and I'm going to encourage other folks on the board as well as our speakers at the podium this evening to make sure they're uncomfortably close to the mic, because that's what it feels like, to make sure that everyone can hear what everyone has to say, as well as the folks at home that are watching the live stream. So with that, we'll start. Good evening. Welcome to the RSU 5 Board of Directors meeting. It is Wednesday, September 27, 2023, and we are here in the Freeport High School cafeteria. The full board is here with the exception of Beth, who is on her way. She was having some car issues. And our student rep, I'm not sure if she will make it back in time. I know she was at an away soccer game this afternoon. So we will get started in the meantime with the Pledge of Allegiance. Just a quick reminder, because we do have a lot of folks here, we have a new procedure for public comment, given the volume of folks that we expect to want to speak this evening. We have a sign-up sheet over here, right as you walked in, if you wouldn't mind just putting your name and town on there. And so we have a queue, and we'll go through it in the most efficient way possible. And we will get there shortly, but we have a few things before public comment. So, number 4 on the agenda, do I have a motion for consideration and approval of the minutes of the September 13th, 2023 meeting as presented, barring any errors or omissions? Kelly and Susanna, thank you. All those in favor? Great, none opposed. Adjustments to the agenda.
I have one this evening. I would like to, boy, I am loud, sorry about that. I would like to move item 14A, which is personnel, after number 7, public comment.
Great, thank you. All right, so we will move on to, we don't have a report from the student rep because she's not here. I don't think Jen's here either, is she? She's not. Okay, so we will move on to public comment. And I don't have the list, but I think Cynthia will bring it to me. And I know there were some on the list on that end too. There was a couple of names on there, so we'll want to make sure we grab them all. So just a couple of, I'll start with our pre-public comment remarks around how we will run public comment, and then I have a few other thoughts as we try to get through as many folks as we can tonight. So in order for the board to have time to fully consider and discuss the issues at hand, we're setting aside, so we have 30 minutes on the agenda. We have a lot of people here that would like to speak. We have another 30-minute at the end of our agenda. I'm suggesting we move that to the beginning, so we have at least a full hour to get through as many of the folks that came out tonight to share their thoughts with us as we can. So we will have at least 60 minutes for public input on this policy, well, or anything else you'd like to talk about while you're here. So in order to hear from the largest number of different voices, each speaker is limited to 3 minutes for comments, but I'm going to encourage folks to be as brief as they can so we can get through as many people as we can. So if you can at all be under 3 minutes, that's much appreciated, and then we can hear from more folks. For those that have not participated in our meetings before, I just want to review a few rules ahead of time to ensure the process goes smoothly and there are no surprises. So at the outset, that we ask for each speaker to identify themselves with their name and their town of residence. We ask you to try and be brief and not repeat yourself. We know that discussions of school-related issues can be emotional, but please remember that our children are watching and that we're neighbors, so please be civil. We will not permit profanity or shouting at one another or comments that disparage or attack individuals or groups of individuals. Speakers should direct all comments to the board. This is an opportunity for the board to listen to the opinions of the public that relate to school and education matters. It is not a public debate or a conversation, so no questions should be directed to the board. The board will not be responding to questions if they are asked, we're here to listen in this part. The board will not permit complaints or allegations against staff members. These are personnel issues, and we are not permitted to hear those in public. If they are complaints against staff, these will be handled appropriately through our complaint policy, KEB. So thank you for your patience while I went through the introduction. I have hope and confidence that your participation will be helpful here this evening and constructive to the board. So we have a pretty good list of folks that would like to speak this evening. So one thing I'm going to do, and there's only a few that aren't, and I apologize, but we'll try to make sure we get to everybody on here. We're going to make sure we hear from residents from Durham, Freeport, and Pownell first. We do have a few folks that are not in the district, so if time allows, we'll make sure that we hear from them as well. So I'm gonna say who the speaker is and who the next speaker after them is. So if you're the next speaker up, if you wouldn't mind just coming and queuing behind the podium so we can keep it moving from person to person. 3 minutes at the max, ideally a little bit quicker if you can. And we will start with Ben Jensen. And after Ben will be Mary Pennington.
Thank you. Let me make sure this is that okay? More?
And folks in the back, thumbs up? Yep, okay.
Okay. I'm here again to speak in support of the
I'm sorry, could you give me your name and your
sorry,
first?
Ben Jensen Freeport.
Thank you.
Here again to speak in support of the transgender and gender expansive policy, and to thank the board and the policy committee for acting to protect trans kids in schools in accordance with Maine law, and for following suit of other school boards across the country that have acted to protect trans and gender expansive students. It is well documented that nearly half of LGBTQIA+ youth have seriously committed suicide. LGBTQIA+ kids who live in supportive communities reported significantly lower rates of suicide attempts than those who did not. Half of these kids are scared to even talk about their mental health. It is clear that allowing trans kids to use the bathroom that matches their gender is harm reduction. It is clear that implementing policies like this proposal are suicide prevention. That people have the regressive idea that trans kids will go through all they go through just trying to be their authentic selves or only doing it for sports or to use a different bathroom is frankly ridiculous. Nothing about this policy infringes on the right of a parent to teach their kids anything. No one is coming into anyone's homes and telling kids how they should or shouldn't be. This policy simply creates a safe space at school, especially for those kids who feel unsupported at home. Trans and gender expansive kids who feel high social support from their family reported attempting suicide at less than half the rate those who felt only moderate social support. However, less than 30% of transgender and non-binary youth find their home gender affirming. Parents who are supportive and love their children unconditionally, no matter the child's gender identity, can be the difference between a kid thriving or a kid attempting suicide. Sadly, that is not the reality the majority of these kids face on a daily basis. Requiring all kids to conform to a patriarchal cisgender construct not only harms gender non-conforming kids, but all kids, by instilling the idea that there are kids who are normal and kids who are abnormal. Kids should know that that school is a safe place for learning, self-expression, free from bigotry and discrimination. Discriminating against transgender people does nothing to decrease the risk of sexual assault. Non-discrimination laws do not allow men to go into women's bathrooms, period. Girls use girls' bathrooms, boys use boys' bathrooms. Trans girls are girls, trans boys are boys. Preventing discrimination towards gender-expansive kids does not somehow create discrimination against cisgender kids. It is disheartening to know there are people who think that well-being is a zero-sum story. Trans people have always been here. They have been largely written out of history and have faced bigotry, hatred, and charlatanry due to their mere existence. Thank you for not trying to erase these kids from our community. Policies like this will help trans and gender-expansive kids thrive, feel accepted and loved in their communities. Thank you again to the board and the policy committee for hearing us all out and for their diligence, hard work, and compassion.
Thank you, Ben. So next we have Mary Pennington is up, and then after Mary will be Emily Moker, and I'm going to apologize ahead of time if I mess up anyone's name. Sorry.
Okay. Is this close enough?
You might want to be a little closer.
A little closer?
I know, uncomfortably close. That's how it goes.
I talk all day at school, but microphones are terrifying. My name is Mary Pennington. I live in Durham. I teach high school in a nearby district where that school board passed their ACAA policy last year, 11-1. Before I start, I would like to add a content warning about the mention of suicide. Initially, when I wanted to think about what to say, I wanted to talk about LGBTQ youth and the relief they find from living their authentic lives surrounded by supportive family, friends, and schools. It happens, and it's a joy to see. But this afternoon at our school, we had our suicide prevention training session. The honest truth is that not every student is surrounded by supportive family and friends, thus the need to make schools as safe as possible. According to the Maine CDC, high school students who are gay, lesbian, bisexual, transgender, or unsure of their gender identity are more likely to consider and attempt suicide. 54% of transgender Maine high school students reported suicidal thoughts within the past year, compared to 14% of non-transgender students. What are some protective factors against these dark statistics? At least one caring and supportive adult in their lives. Strong school safety measures, such as the presence of GSTAs and civil rights groups for support and advocacy. And critically, name and identity-affirming policies such as this one for transgender and gender-expansive students. For these vulnerable students, every single protective factor makes a difference so that they can live their authentic lives. Thank you for supporting this policy and supporting the well-being and safety of transgender and gender-expansive students at school.
Thank you, Mary. Emily Moker is up next, and if we could have Nathan Leger, sorry, you'll be up after Emily if you want to queue up.
May I? Can you hear me? No, God, okay. Okay. Good evening. My name is Emily Moker. I live in Durham, and I'm the parent of 3 students in the district. I'm here tonight to present a community letter of support for the policy on tonight's agenda. The letter reads as follows. We, the below co-signing community members of RSU 5 towns, support the drafted policy ACAA, transgender and gender expansive students. We value the health, safety, and rights of transgender and gender expansive students in our school communities. We recognize that individual transgender and gender expansive people, including children, deserve privacy and the autonomy to decide when and to whom they disclose their gender identity, and that they deserve respect, safety, and support when they do disclose it. We commend the board for taking the initiative to write this policy and to provide our educators with a roadmap with which to navigate these sensitive topics. We urge the board to vote in favor of passing policy ACAA as written. Thank you for all the work you do to serve our unique and vibrant school community. This letter is signed by 229 people from Durham, Freeport, and Pownell. You were emailed this letter 2 days ago in order to take it into consideration as you prepared for tonight's meeting, and the numbers I just cited are updated, and that list should have been sent to you this evening. We will continue to collect signatures in support of this policy and of transgender and gender expansive youth in our schools until the policy is passed. Thank you again, and have a good night.
Thank you, Emily. So next, we have Nathan, and then I'm going to hop to the list on the other side just to make sure, because I'm not sure when people signed up. So Marissa Freeman will be after Nathan.
Good evening. How are you? It's unfortunate because whoever's on whatever side of the aisle, no one's listening to each other. There's statistics thrown around from the left and the right.
Can I'm just going to ask you to name and town first.
My name's Nathan Ledger, and I live in Durham. We remind ourselves that we are a governing body that serves our school system and our students, not the electorate or our member towns. Let me repeat that. We are a governing body that serves our school system and our students, not the electorate or our member towns. That's a direct quote from a member that serves on this board. Madam Chair, I'm confused. I was under the impression that your positions on this board was given to you by the electorate, by we the people, by the parents of RSU 5. I thought that every 3 years you had to ask us, not the students who are ineligible to vote and not the school system that can't go to the ballot box, but by us. You have to ask us to sit on this board. I was under the impression that we hired you and we voted you into these seats. And just as we hired you, we can easily fire you. To say that you are not beholden to the electorate, that you don't serve the parents who voted you in, is beyond disrespectful and full of arrogance. So my message tonight is to the parents of RSU 5. Unfortunately, the board is not listening to you. They don't care what you have to say, and they're going to pass this policy. Standing up here behind the podium for 3 minutes while the board daydreams, shuffles their papers, and rolls your eyes will change nothing. True change needs to come at the ballot box. If we don't like what this board is implementing, we have to fire them. We need to find people that are willing to put their names on the ballot. We need to find people who are willing to sit on the board and willing to change what's going on in our school systems. We need people to get out and vote. That's where true change is actually going to happen, not here tonight. Secondly, this policy is just words on paper. It actually means nothing. I will never relinquish my duties and responsibilities as a parent. I will never allow your ideologies to make its way into my home. Parents, you have the power. You need to get involved. You need to open your children's book bags. You need to enter their bedrooms. And you need to have these tough conversations. My children know to never speak about personal matters to school administrators. That includes their development, their private parts, or any personal feelings that might have. Those conversations are meant for me because I'm their father. They're meant for the home and not for school. School will always, in my opinion, be a place for academics, not for social transitioning. As I talk to my children about it every single day, as some of you would like, you will never be able to indoctrinate my children. I look forward to future elections. I look forward to seeing some different faces on this board and in the near future, and so pass whatever policy you want. But when you find yourself out of a seat, you might actually realize that you are beholden to the electorate. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Marissa Freeman? Marissa Freeman from Durham? No? Okay. So we will go Karen Breer. And after Karen, Chris Polk.
Hi, my name is Karen Breer. I'm a resident of Freeport. I have a child at Mass Landing School and 2 grown children who graduated from RSU 5. While I wasn't at the last meeting, I watched it online. We as residents were charged with reading the transgender and gender expansive policy and to come prepared to speak to that policy. As a parent and resident within RSU 5, I stand in favor of this policy and for the students this policy supports. It is a right to be safe, to be transgender or gender expansive, to be yourself and be supported emotionally, socially, and educationally at our public schools. Our schools are here for every student of our Tri-Town community, which includes youth who identify in a gender non-conforming and expansive way. As a citizen of this community, I feel a responsibility to educate myself and my family with regards to people who live life and identify differently from how I live and identify. In doing so, my knowledge and understanding are expanding, which has created a more compassionate stance through which I view the world. When I spoke with my child about going to this board meeting, and that some people do have different opinions than we do, which is fine, she asked me, what if the people who don't agree have a child who is transgender? And I did not have an answer for her. Finally, I encourage everyone in our community to listen to one another and consider viewpoints different from our own. Listen to our transgender and gender expansive youth and their need to be accepted for who they are, to be supported, to feel safe, and to be educated within our community. Thank you very much to this board and the policy committee.
Thank you, Karen. Chris Polk. And after Chris, Evergreen Johnson.
My name is Chris Polk. I live in Durham, and I have 3 grandchildren in RSU.
Yeah, if you could be a little closer to the
Okay.
mic. Sorry, I know.
My name is Chris Polk. Is that better? Okay. I live in Durham, and I have 3 grandchildren in RSU 5. I am here tonight to oppose this policy that you will be voting on. One of my many concerns is not only the safety of the students, but the awkward position you will be putting young girls in. Our children deserve to use bathrooms and locker rooms feeling safe while having privacy as they always have. Now you are looking at putting young girls at risk of sexual abuse or worse, and at the very least, feeling uncomfortable. Why, I ask, are you willing to jeopardize the safety and well-being of the majority of the students to make a few feel included? And as for the other issue of not sharing with parents when a child, and I repeat, a child, wants to transition, these are not your children. You don't make that decision. God created in his own image, in the image and likeness of God. He created him male and female. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. So, Evergreen Johnson, and then we will jump to Adam Stone.
My name is Evergreen Johnson. I live in Freeport, and I'm the mother of 2 children.
I'm going to ask you to get a little closer. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. My name is Evergreen Johnson. I live in Freeport, and I'm the mother of 2 children who graduated from Freeport High, one of whom is transgender and autistic. It's no small miracle that he made it through school without having been bullied and is alive and well today. It seems to me there are 2 separate issues before us. One is the right for students to have a non-judgmental place of support at school without the influence of their parents. Many of us who grew up with struggles at home found safe teachers who listened to us and shared our burdens, and our right to have privacy was never questioned unless we were in danger or were a danger to others. I believe this is the most important thing we can give a transgender child too, especially if we know the outcome means a greater chance of them living. I fully accepted my transgender child and yet still advocated for conservative treatment until he turned 18. Because he felt safe and loved, we were able to work together on a plan that was right for him until he reached adulthood. Freeport High supported my child by calling them the name and pronouns they chose. At no time did any staff attempt to persuade my child into being trans or not trans. To do so would have been inappropriate. Had I been someone my child couldn't talk to about their struggles, I would hope they would have found a safe place at school instead. Last week, I Googled transgender student deaths over the past few years. I had to stop after 10 children. In every death, the cause wasn't because they were trans, but because they felt ostracized and unaccepted in their home, school, or community. The second issue here is regarding bathroom and locker room usage. I also Googled instances of a student being sexually assaulted at school by a transgender student and found only one possibly legitimate case in Virginia. Turns out the victim was not randomly chosen, the student was not trans, and was already on staff's radar as being someone who had shown inappropriate behavior towards females. As a biological female, I understand fear and caution, but I can't base my decisions on fear over a non-existent problem. If it's not transgender people we should be worried about then, is it people pretending to be transgender? The truth is that if a violent person has the intention to harm someone, a skirt isn't going to make a difference. Many people have personal reasons to want a space separate from the opposite sex. This is a legitimate concern because everyone has the right to feel safe. In our schools, there are already options for bathrooms and changing. If someone feels vulnerable using a multi-stall bathroom with doors for privacy, there are single unisex bathrooms available instead. A non-trans child has the option to use what makes them the most comfortable. A trans child should be able to do the same. I don't know what gender dysphoria feels like, but I invite you to take a moment, as I once had to imagine hating the sight of your body so much that you showered in the dark. That's the level of shame these children are carrying and the extent to which they will hide themselves. This policy protects some of our most vulnerable students while still keeping every child safe. I'm grateful for the support my own child found here and thankful that this policy will help ensure that future students can grow up alive and well too. Thank you.
Thank you, Evergreen. Adam Stone. So after Adam, we're going to Jonas Werner. And if I could ask if we could queue up for the next person, just to be so we can be efficient with time. Thanks.
I'm Adam Stone, Durham, Maine. This is my son, Oren Stone, Durham, Maine. I am here to remind all of you there are only two people, in this world that will make decisions for this child. This is my child, my wife's child. Two. Those two people are me and my wife. Period. There's no discussion on this. Zero. I grew up in a time of live and let live. I do not care what you all and your families do in your house. That's your business. It's not mine, nor will it ever be. I expect the same from you guys. What goes on in our house is our business. That's the way it should be. As growing up, it was always my understanding that the LGBT community, I know there's a few more letters in there, but always wanted it this way. That was their rule. It was live and let live. We will do our thing, you do yours. And I am perfectly okay with that. That's the way it ought to be in America. I'm curious, why does it seem that standing policy has changed? Not that it was written in law, but curious. What is the percentage of kids that we are trying to cater to with these new rules? Is it 5%? Is it 10%? What about the other 90 to 95% of kids that are in these schools? And I think I'm being very generous with 5 or 10%. I have no doubt that it's far below that. Is there not to be any thought or concern to how uncomfortable it may make all those children or all those families? You all say you want democracy. Well, that would be 50 plus 1. 50% plus 1. 51%. If 51% are against it, which I think we've justified, we're way beyond that. You know, this rule should never be looked at. You know, I'm okay with some things, but this is a bridge too far, guys. It looks like we are the ones being discriminated against. I am not okay with little girls using the same bathroom as my son. Period. I am not okay with the accusations that could come from it. Not saying they will, but they certainly could. I guarantee you won't have our side on it. None of you.
So that was the 3 minutes. So if you just want to.
Fair enough. You give me. I got two more lines here, guys. There are bigger concerns for the school, i.e., grades, test scores. I am here to inform you that if you guys can't stand up and protect our children, we will be looking to replace you. And my last thing to say, I'm Adam Stone, running for school board, Durham, Maine.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you.
Jonas, and then after Jonas, Jennifer Carrari. Does that sound right? Hopefully.
Hi, my name is Jonas Werner. I'm from, I live in Freeport, Maine, and I'm not running for school board. I appreciate the work that you do. Very challenging. Obviously, there are a lot of people. Sorry about that. Obviously, there are a lot of people in this room that feel very strongly about this topic. I was not at the last meeting, but I listened to all of the speakers and was very taken by the amount of fear. Obviously, everybody's afraid. The people like me who have trans kids are afraid. People who don't have trans kids are worried about their non-trans kids. Worried about what might happen in the bathrooms to them. I have 2 kids that went to school here. I went to school. The problem in school for my kids was never gay or trans kids. It was bullies and bigots. It's not the trans children. It's not the gay kids. I'm pretty sure it's probably the same today. And so I really, although I hear the fear that people have about this policy, I'm just not sure it's as real as they think it might be. I'm grateful for this policy. I'm grateful that trans kids in our community will have some more support. We don't know if some of the young deaths we've seen in our community of late are related, but I certainly don't want any to happen in the future. I want every child in our community to feel supported, no matter their background. So I want to thank you, and I'm here to support you.
Thank you, Jonas. Okay, so Jennifer is who I called yet, but I'm actually going to ask her to hold because I just saw that it's out of district. So we'll get to Jennifer a little bit later. I'm going to move to Phyllis Brandon, and after Phyllis, Jessica Conley, please.
Microphone, can you hear me?
A little louder if you could.
Good evening. I'm Phyllis Brandon, and I live in Durham, Maine. I'm going to read an opinion that was given by a parent from out of state to her school board. This also is my opinion. I have to say we are discussing things with them, children, that they are not emotionally, intellectually, and morally able to handle. That is what is causing the anxiety. That is what is causing depression, and that is what is causing confusion. We need our children to be able to be children, to be able to be innocent, to be able to enjoy childhood, and not know all of the drama, know all of the difficulties of adult life. So let me just say, there's one goal for the educational system. It should be to prepare children to enter careers, to be productive members of society. It's not a counseling session. It's not a self-help area. It's not somewhere to find yourself, and we should not be led by the children. The children are called dependents for a reason. They depend on us. You cannot feel your way through life, and I do not support this draft policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Phyllis. So Jessica Conley, and then after Jessica, Anthony Pringle, please.
I'm Jessica Conley of Durham. Here I am speaking to this board once again about policies I don't agree with. This transgender and gender expansive students policy is being pushed on school districts across the state based off of a 2014 Maine Supreme Judicial Court ruling, Doe versus RSU 24. In this case, it was decided by a small margin that those with a medical diagnosis recognized by a doctor and the school can use the restroom of choice. Though they go on to say, in quotes, "Our opinion must not be read to require schools to permit students casual access to any bathroom of their choice. This case is often misrepresented and being misused to back policies such as the one we are speaking about tonight. without requiring a medical diagnosis, just a self-declaration from the student. So I ask again, how does this district plan to enforce this policy to keep the kids safe and ensure boys and girls aren't just sharing bathrooms, infringing on kids, especially adolescent girls' rights to privacy and discretion? I'll answer for you, you can't. We have already had countless safety concerns and assault cases that stemmed from similar policies. What more is needed for the school board to see and recognize the warning signs? This policy represents a small majority of our district, yet affects all. It imposes rules that many families completely disagree with. How does this constitute making a decision in the best interest of all students in the district when it opens them up for increased risk of assault and invasion of privacy? I realize the school board believes they are only accountable to the Department of Education, but I disagree. The school board represents the community's voice in a public education. It also ensures taxpayers get the most for their tax dollars. There are many of us taxpayers in this room that disagree with this policy and the allocation of any tax dollars to support it. So why is this policy being pushed? Let's look at some facts that, in my opinion, make this policy completely inappropriate for our school district. Gender dysphoria starts, on average, at age 7. 80% of children with gender dysphoria change their minds and do not continue into adulthood as trans. 80%. According to the state of Maine, the age you are deemed mentally, emotionally, and intellectually mature enough to make decisions regarding sex is 16. The age of general maturity, when someone is deemed mature enough to make big decisions, is 18. The brain reaches full maturity in your mid to late 20s. One of the last parts of your brain to mature is the prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for planning and making sound decisions. With those facts in mind, why are we pushing a policy of this magnitude in our schools when the majority of the student population is not deemed mature enough to understand it according to the state benchmarks? It is not the school board or the Department of Education's place to instruct, coach, or guide our kids in anything but academics. It is my right and responsibility as a parent to guide my kids in all other matters. This policy infringes us parents' rights to decide when we will talk about this topic of immense ambiguity. Is it any wonder why so many young people are reporting confusion, depression, and not fitting in? Our kids need to be allowed to be kids. Save this topic for when they are able to understand it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. So Anthony, thank you. And after Anthony is Samantha Miles.
Good evening. Anthony Pringle, father of 2 from Durham. With so much at stake with tonight's first read of the ACAA policy, where do we start? Previously, I brought to your attention the consequences of implementing failed extremist policies like these, from nationwide instances of sexual assault between students, including transgender victims, to successful lawsuits from parents who were kept in the dark on the development of secret relationships between school representatives and our children. The entire notion of this draft policy is disingenuous to the core. We've been told that without this policy in place, students are at risk from the reprisal of parents who don't support the sexual developments that school representatives have encouraged. Now, given that logic, I trust it will also be the policy of this district that any other information you assume will be received negatively will be withheld at your discretion from parents. From this point, I trust we'll no longer be receiving reports on poor grades, bad behavior, or drug use. From here forward, it will only be flowery news and secrets. Any parent who might react poorly to a student who becomes subject to this policy would also be the same who would react poorly to the litany of other challenges experienced during a child's educational career. For this, the school is beholden to mandatory reporting, with laws already in place to protect children who are subject to abuse for any reason. Therefore, any attempted logic to keep parents in the dark on policies like these is a non-starter. Speaking of keeping secrets, let's talk about that. Last meeting, a board member gleefully opined that the board is not beholden to parents or taxpayers. No, they are accountable only to students. As a result, you must now remove parents from the equation to engage in secret keeping with our children. As someone who is genuinely concerned with the safety and welfare of my children, I'd like to direct your attention to guidance from the Center for Child Protection, namely on the topic of red flags of grooming behaviors. Some highlights include targeting specific kids for special attention, slowly isolating a child from family members, undermining relationships with parents to show that, quote, no one understands you like I do. Oh, and here's one you'll really like. Encouraging kids to keep secrets from their family members. As a sane society, we have long understood that there is only one instance for which people would seek to hide their relationships with children from their parents. It's difficult for me to stand here and know for certain your true motives, whether driven by blind virtue, cowardice, or something much worse. But I'm beginning to become a professional in connecting the dots, and I think you can see the implications here as well as the rest of us, and it's not a good look. Earlier, I questioned whether the district will logically seek to no longer advise parents of drug use for fear of parent reprisal. Well, it seems you've also got a chronic drug abuse problem on your hands in the high school bathrooms. It's gotten so out of hand, I understand, in fact, that I've heard directly from multiple students that they're now afraid to use the restrooms during the day and instead find themselves either intentionally dehydrating or holding the urge until they're able to return home to their parents in a safe environment. You can't even control your own restrooms from children potentially overdosing in them, and yet here you are inviting sexual assault into the equation. Incredible. With all of that said, I offer you an easy out. 2 birds, 1 stone sort of deal. Single-use bathrooms across the board. Monitor them externally if you must. Now, no longer do students feel ostracized for any reason. No longer are students at increased risk of sexual assault. And no longer are these bathrooms centers for drug dealing and sex crimes. If you're genuinely committed to solving problems instead of creating them, then we, the parents, are here to support you. For the sake and safety of your kids, theirs, mine, press the brake on this vote. Work with us to craft a better policy that serves all children equally, as we have been imploring you all to do all along, and put your money where your mouth is when it comes to protecting our children. Now is your final opportunity for collaboration. Otherwise, we'll be forced to assume the worst of your motives, and you alone will own the responsibility for the outcome.
Thank you, Anthony. After Samantha, Melissa Schultz, please.
My name is Samantha Miles, and I am from Freeport. I keep hearing the word come up here, fear. And if this policy doesn't scare you, it should. It should, my friends, because it sounds a lot like your secret is safe with me, and I won't tell your parents. If your child came to my home for a sleepover and those words came out of my mouth, I think we'd have a problem. See, I'm a licensed foster home in the state of Maine. One of my 5 children in my home is a foster child. And to be licensed, there was requirements from the state of Maine. So I would like to question the legality in your policy that doesn't line up with what was legally required of me as a foster mom. For instance, I can't give my child a haircut without the permission of her biological mother, whom, let me add, is not deemed safe to be in her daughter's not deemed safe to be in her care, and I still have to ask her permission for a haircut. Let me tell you what else I can't do. I can't get her a COVID vaccine without the permission of her mother. I cannot take her to Storyland without the permission of her mother. You see, because the state realizes that the parents have the rights to make decisions. So I'm questioning where you, as the school board and as the school, have the authority to make decisions for our children and to not make the parents aware, because that goes completely counteractive to what I'm told from the state of Maine. Also, when I had my home study, the state required me to have a bedroom for my foster daughter that was not shared with somebody of the opposite sex. She could not have a bedroom shared. Also, if the state of Maine found out that my foster daughter was changing and using the bathroom at the same time as my biological son, I can promise you she wouldn't be in my care, because the state of Maine requires me to keep her safe. And in an effort to do that, they're telling me she is not to share those facilities with her biological cousin, in fact, who is my son. That is not allowed in my home, but your policy is allowing it in a public environment at the school. So I would question you to put the brakes on this policy and to review those things, because what I'm seeing is totally counteractive to what the state of Maine is requiring as a safe foster home for a child in this district. So I encourage families here too. You all are hearing me. This is not legal. If it's not legal in my home, it's not legal in the school. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. So after Melissa, Jill Gaston, please.
Hi, my name's Melissa. I'm from Pownell. I just would like to address, I really appreciate what the 2 before me said. I could go on and on to what they had to say. I'd like to address the 2 concerns that I have with address the concerns I have with the direction the proposed policy regarding the transgender and gender expansive students is heading in as of tonight. Let me be clear. I am in no way taking a stance against the transgender community. I am, however, advocating for the non-trans students who now will no longer have the choice to feel comfort and safety when using the bathroom or locker room, or when the school provides an overnight field trip and shared sleeping spaces are involved. With this policy, in its current wording, they will not even be able to voice their discomfort as there is no support or consideration for their preferences. And quite frankly, it induces fear and bullying and disciplinary action for them. While there are transgender students who feel uncomfortable using biology-assigned bathrooms and locker rooms, there are also students who have suffered sexual trauma or extreme modesty and anxiety and will have equal discomfort sharing personal and private space with biologically opposite students, and they deserve the same consideration while adjusting to make these new accommodations. I had a personal proposal, but now I'm actually feeling more aligned with the gentleman who spoke, and that why don't we just go back to, or go to having single-stalled bathrooms all around. I think I agree with him. Vaping has been a problem in the schools. I can't tell you how many times my kids have come home and said, I couldn't go to the bathroom because there was only one bathroom available. This is a problem that goes beyond just the transgender and the gender-expansive students. This is a whole big problem. So that should really be a strong consideration to change your bathroom assignments and your bathroom logistics. My second point is my 18-year-old son last year needed a parental signature to go for a field trip, I think to LL Bean. He was 18 years old, he was an adult, and he needed my signature to leave the school. As you move forward with this policy, I question the wording that allows for may or may not parental or legal guardian inclusion. I have some real concerns about how the vague wording is for supporting the student. Will this student receive medical and psychological treatment? Who will pay for this treatment? Will the student's parents' insurance be used? And even more profound, who is going to support this student into adulthood? Adolescents may or may not change their minds and may or may not regret the choices that they make as teenagers. Who is going to support these young adults at that time? If you as an administration are going to support this person through physiological changes, are you going to provide continued support after high school? If parents and guardians are not included in this decision-making process, I am a pediatric healthcare provider, and I agree with the foster mom who spoke. It takes an act of Congress to do anything to a child without parental permission. We have to go to the ethics community, or the ethics committee. We have to get a court order. We have to go to DHS and have parental rights removed. So I agree with her, and that was a big question of mine, is how are you circumventing this legality? I don't understand how you've been given permission to cut parents out of the equation. I just don't know. And then the fallout of that. How are you going to support these kids afterwards? You can't expect parents then to have a good relationship with their children into adulthood. Where I work, I see children suffering with their decisions or things that have been allowed to happen because of a moment. And I'm not saying everybody is that way, so don't get up in arms about it. But I'm just saying this is bigger than the wording that's in there. And I, too, would say please pause before you pass this, and let's have some reconsideration. My final thought is that as a community and district, we can do better. If our goal is to achieve diversity, equity, and inclusivity for all, then let's not overshoot the mark. We can do better.
Thank you, Melissa. So after Jill, I have Jackie Priestley, please.
Intimidation. Okay. My name is Jill Gaston, and I'm a resident of Durham. I do not support this policy as it is written this evening. My first concern is this policy doesn't address age or grades. When my son was in kindergarten, if a child got wet on the playground, came inside, and changed out of their wet clothes in front of the other students, they were reprimanded. They were reprimanded because they were exposing their genitalia to other students with different genitalia. According to this policy, this behavior will still no longer be acceptable in the classroom, but will be acceptable as long as the children are in a bathroom or locker room. How are you going to help these children understand all that? My next concern is with school sporting events. When there are multiple schools using the locker room of their biological sex, are we going to forewarn other schools that there may be a transgender in the locker room? Boys and girls should know ahead of time that there may be genitalia which they have no desire to see on display. My final concern is the lack of shared communication and medically professional involvement in this policy. Although there are rare genetic variations that make genitalia and sexual identity ambiguous, these variations are just that, rare. Yet, according to the American Journal of Public Health, 1 in 250 people in the U.S. identify as transgender. This means that their sexual identity is not based on a genetic variation, but on psychological reasons. According to the American Journal of Public Health and the Advocates for Youth, over 40% of transgender adults attempted suicide, 92% of which were before the age of 25. You alone cannot prevent a child from attempting suicide. We realized that last year. None of us could. Yet this policy doesn't require parental or medical professional involvement. A client of mine shared the story of their grandchild who questioned her sexual identity. The school had a similar policy to what you are considering tonight, and they helped her change her identity to male and provide the child with time the social worker had. Because this social worker didn't meet with the parents, they didn't realize that the sexual identity was the result of anxiety and depression. This child was questioning their sexual identity because it was the one factor she could control at the time. You see, her closest grandfather passed away, and her mother was diagnosed with breast cancer, all in the same summer. This child didn't need a change of identity. She needed professional therapy to help her through this extremely difficult and heartbreaking time in her life. Her parents accidentally found out what the school had done, and today the child is grateful that they did, because they got her the professional help that she needed. Once her depression was resolved, so wasn't her sexual identity thoughts. I'm not saying that all children who change their sexual identity are sexually confused or have an underlying emotional difficulty, but without consulting the parents, neither can you. I plead you all to take every effort you can to prevent one child from committing suicide, and one of those efforts is to make sure you are communicating with the parents and helping these children get professional therapy. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. So after Jackie, Alyssa OBrien, please.
Sorry, we have a little fussy baby. Okay, hello again. I'm sure you guys recognize me from the last few times I've come to speak. You know, I think I speak
I know your name, but not
Jackie
everyone does.
Priestley
So.
from Freeport.
Thank
That's
you.
right, sorry. I think I speak for several parents and community members here, although not everyone, obviously. But I'd like to say that it's really exhausting and disheartening to continuously come here, prepare these speeches, share real concerns with actionable suggestions for all of you, only to watch it fall on either deaf ears or be told by you that as board members you're not accountable to the public and only to the Department of Education. That was sent in several emails to several of us parents. I'd like to think that as elected officials and community members yourselves, possibly even parents yourselves, you'd want to take the stance that your position is meant to bridge the gap between your community and this overreaching government body that is just railroading education. But regardless of who you feel accountable to, the fact of the matter is that this policy is dangerous. It holds immoral policies with no legal standing, and it has no business in our schools. The educational system has one goal, and that's to provide our children with the opportunity to receive a high-quality education that will enable them to succeed in college, their chosen career, and ultimately their life. It's meant to prepare our children to be productive members of society by teaching them basic skills such as reading, writing, arithmetic, and critical thinking. And for you all as board members, a quality and well-rounded education is not just one line item on your budget, it's the only line item. We should be teaching our children how to think, not what to think. We should be teaching our kids right from wrong, fact from fiction, truth from lies. We should be teaching our children to never trust anyone who tells them not to involve their parents in something, especially life-altering decisions such as this policy suggests. I'd like to leave off with this statistic. The Maine Department of Health and Human Services compiled a survey showing 1.6% of Maine high school students, yes, only 1.6%, identify as transgender. So again, as I stressed last meeting, in order to accommodate this very small percentage of confused children who certainly deserve our compassion, but not this affirmation, we are creating a policy that puts the rest of our children in an uncomfortable and even dangerous position inside the most vulnerable of places, the bathroom and the locker room. You are being lied to by your attorneys, the Department of Education, and any other group that tells you that this is already a law based on the Supreme Court ruling, as we have heard before. This policy, as it currently reads, indicates no medical diagnosis is required and that self-declaration is enough. This is where that danger arises, for young girls especially, when one day a male just decides he's feeling feminine enough to use their bathroom. The Supreme Court ruling of Roe versus RSU 24 indicates that a medical diagnosis is required and that their ruling should not form the basis for school policy elsewhere. I implore you to take a hard look at what is being suggested in this policy, read between the lines, and decide if you truly feel that the benefit outweighs the risk. Because to most of your community members, it's obvious that this opens the door to far more risk. And who, honestly, are you truly representing? Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. So after Alyssa, Michelle Allen, please.
Good evening, board members. My name is Alyssa OBrien. I'm a Durham resident and parent of 3 children in the RSU. I come to you tonight to plead with you to hear our concerns and take genuine care when voting on this overreach of policy. You need to hear that there are concerned children that are in fear of this policy and what it will bring to their school, a place where they should feel safe. This policy will instill fear and more anxiety in the students. The board needs to consider how uncomfortable this will make the majority of the students. I know that my children would be mortified if someone of the opposite sex saw their private parts. No child under any circumstance should need to sacrifice the use of a bathroom where the simple use is to do what their body needs to do to function and be healthy. The policy is not fair. There needs to be another way. If you vote this policy in, as is, you are confidently condoning violating children in bathrooms and locker rooms. You as a school board are condoning the violation of children. No child should feel unsafe in a bathroom in their own school. Telling children who feel violated that they have to accept the violation so that other people who want to try out being the opposite sex can enjoy doing so is asinine. It's also abuse. The children who will feel violated are not choosing to be a certain sex. They're using the bathroom that is designed for their body parts. The transgender kids are choosing to do something different. Therefore, they should need to choose a different setting that still feels safe for all. A single stall bathroom won't kill anyone or label anyone. I'd take a single-use bathroom over a multi-stall any day. School is for education and also supplies safe necessities such as bathrooms and food. School is not for finding your sexuality. That is a personal journey not guided by a school. Lastly, this policy should be done with a licensed provider. Guidance counseling degrees do not help children keep medical information from their legal guardians. Unless there is a reason of abuse that is making students' livelihood unsafe, I'm not sure why people like the board hide behind policies like this. All kids and teens lie to their parents. This policy is insinuating that kids need emancipation from their parents who want them to be healthy. We tell our children to not trust an adult who tells them to keep a secret. The wording in this policy allows the school to keep gender affirming and counseling away from parents at the child's request. This is a public school whose job is to teach academics. The schools are failing miserably in simply educating our kids. How about they focus on how to improve the education system, not to manipulate children and their sexuality? It's unfortunate that the school appears to be a breeding ground for mental health issues due to many educators who think woke LGBTQ and social emotional learning is more relevant than actually educating our kids. The RSU 5 has an anti-bullying policy set in place, and it's worked well for all kids for years now. Our kids are inclusive. We should be proud of that.
Thank you, Alyssa. So after Michelle, Polly Smith, please.
She's actually going to take her name off the list, but
Okay.
she does not support the policy. I'm speaking for her. My name is Michelle Allen. I'm from Durham, Maine. Polly's my mom. That's why I'm speaking for her. First, I wanted to say I live in Durham. I have 2 boys. I grew up in Freeport for most of my life and went to Freeport High School and was very proud of the school that I went to and still proud of the things that are offered to my kids currently. but I am here tonight to speak against the draft policy AAA. As you have heard tonight, or will be continuing to hear from the community, please keep in mind that you are all elected officials. And per the National School Board, you're elected by people in the community to represent values, views, and desires for the public school in the district. As selected leaders in this community, you are to consistently communicate with the public, keep community members abreast of challenges, ideas, and progress. I've yet to see this posted by anything about the RSU other than the link to the agenda, but no other conversation really out there showing people and educating people about the draft policy. With that being said, I ask you to actively listen to the community tonight. Actively listen. Discuss our questions, our concerns, and remember that we're all here for one common goal, which is to protect and educate our children. This policy needs to be paused. We need to allow for more discussion, more community involvement, including surveys to students, parents, teachers. What will this policy look like? Do we or you know what the community's thoughts truly are? You're finding out tonight, and I'm sure you have in the past couple of weeks. But we need to ensure that we're being thoughtful of the multiple impacts of this policy. The policy states that it's to create a supportive and foster a safe learning environment for each and every student. I am in disagreement with this policy because I don't see how this protects every student. I have concerns that this allows our schools to have more control over my child than my husband and I do. Based on the RSU 5 website and the multiple policies listed, there are already policies in place for harassment, bullying, and discrimination. Therefore, creating a safe environment should be included and covered in those existing policies. Last week, I sent an email to the board with my concerns and questions. I received a response with answers that simply stated, "Hi, Michelle, thanks for reaching out and sharing your concerns about policy ACAAA with the board. We appreciate your feedback. I encourage you to come or watch a live stream of the upcoming board meetings when the board discusses the policy." No real answers to my questions. So I'm here tonight with all of these people that are voicing concerns on both sides. Here are my questions, and I strongly encourage you to include these in your discussion later tonight. This draft does not detail who and how it determines when a parent is or is not included in these discussions. Aren't teachers and school staff supposed to call parents about grades, bad behavior at school, ask permission to give my child medicine? But now we're allowing parents to be excluded from the conversation. Based on what? This draft also does not explain who's monitoring restrooms. If this is a private matter for a student and, in quotes, other relevant meeting participants, how will members of the staff know which students are able to use which restrooms? Please think also about the legal precedents in Maine, specifically stated earlier tonight about the Maine Supreme Judicial Court and the Roe versus RSU 24. The Maine Supreme Court did state that our opinion must not be read to require schools to permit students casual access to any bathroom of their choice. Decisions about how to address students' legitimate gender identity issues are not to be taken lightly. We also do not suggest that any person could demand access to any school facility or program based on a solely self-declaration of gender identity. This draft also does not describe what a support plan is. Is this counseling, medical treatment, psychological treatment, medications, garments? Again, there are other policies in place that a parent needs to approve prior to a school nurse providing medications.
Sorry,
or
Michelle, but the 3 minutes is up.
Okay.
So
Or
we did get your email, though, but
Okay.
so trust that we've read that and
Yep.
we've got the questions.
All right. So with my questions, with this email and the questions, I just ask that you have an active discussion and include the community in further discussion prior to
Michelle.
passing. Thank you.
So next up we have Brenda Laverdiere, and after Brenda is Kate Sansom.
I'm Brenda Laverdiere. I reside in Freeport. I'd like to bring to the board's attention a recent federal judge ruling over San Diego County's Escondido Unified School District policy. 2 middle school teachers refused to uphold the school's policy that required staff to lie to parents and hide students' gender confusion. The teachers argued that the secrecy policy infringed on their First Amendment free speech and free exercise of religious beliefs. Regardless of a teacher's religious affiliation, It's wrong to expect school staff to lie in order to keep their job. Teachers educate and influence our children. They shape the future of our society. Teachers are expected to have a high level of morality and integrity and probity. Requiring them to be dishonest in the course of their job is unconscionable. U.S. District Judge Roger Benitez issued a preliminary injunction that protects the teachers who challenge the school's policy. He wrote that the policy appears to undermine constitutional rights, calling it a trifecta of harm. It harms the child, who needs parental guidance and possibly mental health intervention to determine if the incongruence is organic or whether it is the result of bullying, peer pressure, or fleeting impulse. It harms the parents by depriving them of the long-recognized 14th Amendment right to care, guide, and make healthcare decisions for their children. And finally, it harms the plaintiffs who are compelled to violate the parents' rights by forcing plaintiffs to conceal information they feel is critical for the welfare of their students, violating plaintiffs' religious beliefs. Benitez made it clear that school districts who insist that the child's right to privacy is greater than the rights of parents are mistaken. The Constitution neither mandates nor tolerates that kind of discrimination. I ask you, therefore, Chairperson Richardson, to please table the review, first read, and vote regarding policy ACAAA, transgender and gender expansive students. There needs to be more legal review. I would hate for the school board to incur significant legal expense. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. So after Kate, we have Todd Mellons.
My name is Kate Sansom, and I'm from Pownell. I'm a graduate of this school. This is my son, Ben, who attends this school. I also have a 6th grade daughter. I'm a Christian. I'm a heterosexual. I'm married to a quadriplegic. I've been a foster mom who has also had to adhere to the same rules about boys and girls that were mentioned earlier on. I also have a brother who is gay and married to a man. One would think that being a Christian and having a gay brother who is accepted would oppose each other, but you couldn't be more wrong. My entire family is fully embraced and fully loves both my brother and his husband. We do not treat them any differently than any of my other siblings who are also heterosexual and married. I believe in all children feeling loved and accepted for who they are. At their young ages, they're too young to vote, drink, get married, rent cars, and many of them are still too young to have a driver's license. At these ages, they're all trying to find where they belong and who they are in this world. And I believe in giving them the space and the resources to do that. I believe that this policy today is going too far. It needs to be paused and rethought. The community needs to be able to weigh in an official way. This should not be up to just the school board. I do not want my daughter to have to share a bathroom with a transgender girl who has a penis. My son should not have to share an open locker room with a transgender boy who has breasts. He just doesn't need to be looking at breasts. Isn't it hard enough to be a preteen or a teen without being exposed daily to body parts of the opposite sex? If you're wanting to pass a policy like this, everything should be single use, bathrooms and locker rooms. Do like Starbucks and make all bathrooms single stall and for everyone. Remove the multi-stall bathrooms. And by the way, my son, who is 6 feet tall and as strong as any man that I know, has told me that he does everything he can not to use the multi-stall bathrooms in this school every day that he is here because of the drug use that's going on in them on a daily basis. That is a much bigger issue to deal with first. He's not even comfortable with entering the bathroom. And many of the rest of the single-stall bathrooms are locked during the day because of drug use. So my son is holding it all day long until he gets home. Do not subject my daughter, who's too young to make any real decisions about her sexuality, to adult issues. It's my right to choose when the time is right for that. And as for keeping this from the parents, my sister is a teacher at one of the schools in this district. And I know for a fact that she has one of your children in her classroom. So how would you feel if my sister, as your child's teacher, started directing that child either away from or toward transitioning, but it was without your permission or knowledge and went against your own family values? Also, lastly, just this past week, I was called by the nurse at the middle school regarding an allergy medicine that I had sent in with my daughter that day. That was followed by a form, of course, sent home that I had to sign in order for my daughter to be given said medicine at school by this nurse. So you better believe that I would want to call about bigger issues than allergy medications. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Todd, and after Todd, Melanie Wyman, please.
Good evening. My name is Todd Mellon. I'm from Pownell. I appreciate.
I'm going to ask you to try and be a little bit louder. I'm not sure if the back can hear.
Okay, is that better? Todd Mellon from Pownell. I appreciate a couple of minutes of your time. I'll preface my remarks by saying I do have a child in the LGBT community that we fully support. What I'm hearing a lot from one side is in support of this proposal is that those that argue against it are fearful, and that's not really what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that that there's a lot of concern about what the policy is actually saying and what it does to the majority of the kids in the school that we're not really considering. One part, I'm not going to repeat what other people have said, but one thing I haven't heard talked about yet is sports. My daughter was a swimmer at the high school, and it would be unfair for her to be competing against a biological male, whether that was a trans male or not. This policy would completely affect her world in sports, and that would have a great impact on all the girls' sports teams from soccer to field hockey. And that's one thing I hadn't heard talked about yet. So thank you again for a couple minutes.
Thank you, Todd. So after Melanie, Ben Crawford, does that sound right?
Hi, is this good? All right. I'm Melanie Wyman, Durham resident, senior here at Freeport High School and standing president of the GSA. I stand before you, as I said, as the standing president of the GSA, and I voice our opinion to support this policy. Having been here through my entire transition, which up until this year had been purely a social transition, I have found that what this policy would bring to the entire district is already the norm here at Freeport. And thank you. And a lot of us in the LGBT community, we are I am the only senior that I know of that is out and proud as a trans woman, one of very few trans people in general in my grade, let alone the school. And I wouldn't be here today as I am if it wasn't for the fact that we had the resources available and that I could talk to the people who could help me through my journey without worrying whether or not I was going to be kicked out of my own house because my parents didn't agree with it. Thankfully, I have one of the most supporting family that I could possibly have, and I'm so grateful. But the resources that we have are really what gave me this opportunity to even be here today. I also would like to note, over the past just 2 days, I have run a petition, I suppose, to collect signatures in support of this letter. And in just 2 days of me and my busy senior schedule, I collected 25 student and staff signatures on top of the already, I heard, over 200 from the entire community. Last year in my gym class, I I had only been growing out my hair. That was the only thing that I had done as far as transitioning. And after many talks with my teacher, as long as I was comfortable with it, I was allowed to use the women's locker room. And so I did. And the only person in that entire space who felt nervous or anxious or scared was me, because I was scared I was going to be harassed or attacked or looked down upon just because I didn't belong. But I was proven completely wrong, that just because I was, I didn't pass, I was still accepted. And there were no genitals in the locker room. I'd like to note that. It's kind of inappropriate for genitals at all.
So that was 3 minutes if you want to.
All right, I will.
You can just wrap.
my
If you have a
time.
final
Yeah.
sentence, feel
Nope,
free.
that was it. All right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Melanie. So after Ben, oh boy, it's Mitch Rhoda.
All right, so you can hear me? I'm Ben Crawford from Freeport. I believe probably most of you know me. I talked to my daughter before I came here. She's in the high school, and I was telling her what I was doing, and she said, "Oh, you're going to that? Okay." And I said, "So what do you think? What about safety? What do you feel about safety?" And she said, "Well, I know 20% of the students feel really safe at Freeport High School. 80% don't." I said, "Who's the 20%? She goes, "Well, that's the LGBTQ community. The other 80% don't feel so safe." And I thought, well, they're doing something right. They've gotten that message out pretty well, but I wonder about the other 80% if they're feeling that safety and security that they expect to feel when they come to school. So I was here last time, and Mr. Cheney shared a number of things with us in regards to how the policy was actually developed. And the major focus that was used was the American Academy of Pediatrics policy from 2001. I found part of that. I'd like to read a little bit. While the data is limited, population-based surveys estimate that 0.7% of teens aged 13 to 17 identify as transgender. We've had a bunch of numbers similar to that, some a little bit higher. According to that report, it is rapidly evolving. Clinical field physicians play a role by offering a safe and inclusive place for transgender and gender-diverse youth who have high rates of depression, anxiety, eating disorder, substance use, self-harm, and suicide. None of us want any of them to struggle with any of that. Children who are supported by their parents and families are more likely to experience better physical and mental health, according to the AAP. In one study, 56% of youth who identified as transgender reported thinking about suicide at some point, and 31% reported as previously suicide attempts. That's horrible. That compares respectively to 20% and 11%. So the numbers are higher in what the AAP found for transgender students. But that does mean a lot of high school students are struggling with the same issue. So if you take Freeport's high school numbers, about 540, that means we have at least 4 students struggling with gender identity. It's probably more than that. Our number is a little bit higher. That would mean 2 of our students right now are probably struggling with suicidal thoughts because of their transgenderism. We need to support them. Now, one of those students would probably be struggling with it even if they weren't transgender. So when I read the policy, it says the plan is optional for students. Now, the state said a plan should be put in place. So did the AAP. They said a plan should be put in place. But our policy doesn't. That means that any student at any time can use any bathroom or locker room they want to and do not have to have a plan. It's a little odd. Does the RSU not want to know which children may be struggling with the very issues we've been stating are a problem? If a student's struggling with depression and anxiety, we want to know that. We want to be able to help put in a plan in place so we can support them. But instead, we're saying you don't need a plan. And by the way, this does say children who are supported by their parents and family are more likely to experience better physical and mental health. So let's get the parents involved in that. Let's not cut them out of it. Let's bring them to it. Was that my timer, or do I have some more time?
That was
that
your
was my
timer.
timer? Okay. So just to close, you know, I, of all people, am the last person who want a child to die. Mine died 4 years ago. Okay? I don't want any child to struggle with that. I don't want any child to die. But let's make sure we're protecting them using the procedures that we can put in place to help them. And don't cut their parents out of it. They're the ones that brought them into the world. They're the ones that care most about them, even if they're struggling with the same problem their child is. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. So after Mitch, we have Matt Tiffany, please.
Okay, so my name is Mitch Ruda. I live in Freeport. I want to just take issue with one aspect of the proposed policy, which is, in my opinion, a breathtaking overreach of parental rights and their legitimate interests. And that, in turn, is a gross violation of what is in the best interests of children. So I heard at the last meeting a very horrifying figure cited, that 1.9% of kids in Maine are abused. So that was a wow. And really? And is that at home? And if that's true, that is very scary. But then shouldn't we be discussing a policy to find and identify those 2% and help them? Indeed, it may well be appropriate to do so without parental notification. But the problem with this policy is that children, and that's what we're talking about, children, especially these days with all the sexualized talk and the chatter about pronouns, and with policies such as these being discussed and implemented, may very well want to try out being a different gender at school. And they may very well say they don't want their parents to know about it. If it were your child, would you want to know? Would you want to know? Would you want to know? So for you to say that to protect the 2% that may be abused, we will take the kid's word for it and not contact the parents if they don't want that, is to put 98% of the kids out of reach of proper and healthy parenting. We are talking about minors, a term specifically created in law to require important decisions be made only with the guidance of a guardian. Do you think that means you? Are you now the legal guardians of this community's children? You have no right. You have some nerve. But if you want to write a policy about how schools can help kids suffering from domestic abuse, I will stand here in support.
Thank you, Mitch. So after Matt, Rita Thacker.
Hi, my name is Matt. I'm a parent and a therapist, and I live in Durham. I'm worried about what will happen to the kids. They have a lot to worry about in this world without being pushed aside and left feeling unsafe. I think that nearly every person in this room feels something like what I just said. I think there's a lot that's going on in society that feels like all of it's in danger of going off the rails. There's a lot of people who feel like many things are going in the wrong direction. I think people have a hard time when they're told that something that they thought was a given, maybe it's not as black and white as all that. Maybe there's more to it. That can make people feel wary. It can make them feel guarded. That doesn't change the fact that this policy makes sense. We shouldn't deny people a feeling of safety because of, quote unquote, the way it's always been, or because gender can be confusing. Comprehension doesn't need to be a requirement for compassion. We can learn about what's actually going on and not give in to scare tactics, talk about rape in the bathrooms, people saying things to suggest that because it is confusing, because it's different, it must be dangerous. These are the same sort of scare tactics that have been used against black people and against gay people. When people resort to scare tactics, that's because they're scared, and their fear clouds their judgment. It closes their eyes to reality, to statistics, to common sense, to their own compassion. We don't need to be scared of a policy. We need to be scared for all of our kids, of the people that would have kids believe that different means dangerous or disgusting. That's what breeds violence and threats. Please vote in favor of the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. So after Rita, we have Mary Todd.
Hi, my name is Rita Thacker, and I live in Pownell, Maine.
Oh, yeah, you definitely need to get a lot closer. Sorry.
My name is Rita Thacker, and
I'm just going to ask if the folks in the back, if you can't hear, if you could just like put your hand up, that'll give me an indication that you're having a hard time hearing, and we can prompt.
I live in Pownell, Maine, and I have 4 children. I don't understand how you think it is okay for children to make life-changing decisions without input from their parents. Most of these kids are not smart enough to wear a coat when it's cold out. How can they make decisions that will affect them for the rest of their lives? One of the first things a predator does is teach a child to keep a secret, that everything is okay, just don't tell your parents because they won't understand. It is not okay for you to counsel my child in what could be a life-changing decision. If my child came to you and said they were pregnant, would you advise her what to do, and would you allow her and help her to keep it a secret? How do you choose what medical conditions to keep secret? Will you be there in 5, 7, 10 years when the decisions you all made prove to be almost unbearable? I don't think you will be. But we as parents will be there, and I, as my child's parent, should be the sole decision maker in my child's life. Staff does not have my permission to counsel or advise my child on anything life-altering. You do not have the right to advise them on anything that does not pertain to academics. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. So Mary Todd, and then after Mary, the last name Maxwell. First name begins with a J. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Mary Todd, Pownell. I have twin juniors here at the high school, and thankfully they're pretty well-rounded kids. I asked them before I came, and they said that, you know...
I'm going to ask you to just be a little bit louder.
Sorry. I asked them before I came, you know, how they felt about the whole bathroom thing, and they actually agreed that they don't use the, you know, the whole bathroom thing because of the drug use. So that's, you know, great. Good job. They're kind of desensitized to the whole thing, like they don't care about the transgender thing. But what I'm concerned about is my neighbor's kid who's in the 1st grade. He came over and I complimented his haircut. And he said, "I don't want to be a little girl." And I said, "Well, of course you don't, Dallin. Girls have cooties." And he goes, "I don't want to be a girl. I don't want to be a girl." And I go, "Well, who told you could be a girl?" He said, "My teacher." That's where grooming comes in. And then what type of conversations are happening behind the parents' back? He's in the 1st grade. 1st grade. So I really think you guys need to think about that. And also, too, I know it's a question and I'm not supposed to ask a question, but I'll answer that said question. When you have a bunch of lawsuits coming at you, who's going to pay for that lawsuit? The taxpayers. And I don't want to. So I really think you guys should think about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Okay, and then Orion Breen will be next.
Hi, my name is Dal Maxwell. I'm actually kind of heartened to see everybody out here tonight because depending on which side of the issue, it doesn't matter. You thought it was important enough to skip Wheel of Fortune and Jeopardy. But I'm going to give you a perspective.
Could you just let us know what town you're from?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm from Freeport.
Thank you.
I'm going to give you a perspective that a lot of people don't. I'm a fully formed adult in the wild trans person. I don't have any issues about how to identify, where to identify, and I get my validation from me. I'm a little concerned from a humanistic perspective about some of the things that have been said tonight. And that's not to say that anybody's wrong. It's just that I don't think you all have the full picture. I've heard people talk about how this is a sexual issue when it's really a gender issue. It has nothing to do with sexuality, or it shouldn't. I've heard... You know, even though there's a big argument about whether the T belongs in LGBT, the fact is that if you're not heteronormative, you are looked at kind of side-eyed, and it doesn't make any difference what your issue is. Somebody's going to disagree, and sometimes they're going to do it violently. 25 years ago, in the early days, well, not early, in the mid-days of my activism, the whole thing was gays in classrooms. Oh my God, run for your lives. Our children are going to be doomed because we have gay men and lesbians in our classroom teaching them mathematics and social studies. Now it's trans people in the bathroom. Well, I'm going to tell you something. If you take that and the sexual thing about it, most trans people, young or old, are too intimidated to actually be predatory. Most of us are not that interested in like being sexually anything. We're interested in just surviving another day without being beaten half to death. Adam Stone said it, live and let live. I agree with that. You know, I've been a proponent of live and let live my entire life, and I think that the people who are behind me, who are proponents of this, believe that too. They just want you to leave them alone and let them be themselves. Does this need a little fine-tuning? I'm addressing the board here with this. I think you need to take a deeper dive into this and hold everybody accountable for their actions, not just the people who are against it, but the people who are for it too, because they have a responsibility in this. And I want you to know that physical assault and sexual assault are two different things. One has to do with predation and power. The other has to do with just plain bullying and hate. And having been a victim of physical assault twice while doing nothing but promoting a common sense approach to building a bridge between the different philosophies and ideologies, I can tell you that nobody wanted to sexually violate me, but they definitely wanted to somewhat annihilate me. And respect is a two-way street. You know, just like you guys are expected to respect the identities of trans people, the trans youths have a responsibility to their environment to act responsibly. And I think what this all boils down to is that cooler heads need to prevail on both sides of this issue. You need to get your facts straight. You need to stop calling it something it isn't. You need to stop pretending it's something that it isn't. If you're trans, if you're an ally, you should make sure you're on solid ground. Faux statistics, and trust me, I've been a reporter for LGBT issues for 25 years. I've got file cabinets full of statistics. Almost everything I heard here is like skewed to make your point. And there's not enough scientific evidence. You can't even explain why people are trans these days. So those statistics about how many people are running around claiming to be trans, I think we need to give it a little latitude, because you have people who are otherwise in the very midst of finding out who they are as human beings, and they're not fully formed yet. Cut them some slack.
Your timer did go off. So.
Okay, let me just. I just want to say the last thing. I've heard trans people be described as confused. We're not really confused. We've been given a set of circumstances that we didn't ask for necessarily. And a lot of us feel alienated, and I'm sure after this discussion, some of them are going to continue to feel alienated. I hope you'll all look deep in your hearts and find some empathy to come up with a more balanced approach to dealing with this, and I hope you guys will come up with a more balanced approach to implementing it.
Thank you. So Orion Breen, and then following would be Chandra Jin Robbins.
Hello, my name is Orion Breen. I live in Pownell, and I have a child at Freeport Middle School. My child is non-binary, and if you don't understand what that means, that's totally fine. They're just a kid who is obsessed with Zelda and is just like any other kid, and and they're friends with kids and go over to their house, and I know that some of their friends' parents, they don't get what non-binary is, and we can still be friends. We are still neighbors. We are still a community. I support this transgender and gender expansive students policy, but I want folks who don't support it to understand that I hear you. I still consider you a neighbor. You can still be a friend. I share some of your concerns. The Freeport Middle School is lucky to have a lot of single-stall bathrooms, and it's concerning to hear that that sounds like there is a potential drug problem in the high school, and it's definitely something that needs to be addressed. And if there's more single stalls will make more people feel comfortable. I support that, and I hope people will support putting that into the budget if that's something that will make more students feel comfortable. To me, this policy is not about keeping secrets from people. That's not how I read this policy. My kid growing up, there may be some things that they don't feel comfortable talking to me about right away. I feel good that there are people at the school who are licensed professionals and are educated and trained about how to talk to kids and listen to kids, and can help them work through their feelings so that they feel comfortable talking to me about anything. I think that is the point of the school, and what we're talking about this policy is that it's to encourage kids to feel like they have adults in their life that they can talk to, and that those people that the kids talk to are not encouraging the kids to keep secrets from their parents, but are encouraging them to work through their feelings so that they can feel comfortable to talk to their parents. And so that's why I support this policy, and I appreciate everybody that came out and has concerns about the community, and that's a good thing to see so many people here, and I hope that we'll see just as many people here when we discuss the budget as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Chandra. So we have Chandra up next, and then Sarah Doughton after her.
Oh boy, I'm short. This is not good. Can you hear me? My name is Chandra Robbins. I live in Freeport. I am a business owner here in Freeport, and I also reside here. I have heard a lot of opposition to this particular bill, and I apologize if I'm not doing this right. I've never been to one of these before and was hoping to never have to come to one of these before. But as I was saying, I probably agreed with, or at least it had discussions as I've heard on the opposing this bill. And then plot twist, a year ago my child came out as trans. And then this was not somebody else's child. This was not somebody else's problem. This was in my house. And I am lucky enough that I didn't ever have to worry about a teacher or somebody knowing something about my kid that I didn't know, because my kid told me first. And I am incredibly proud of that she felt comfortable enough to come to me and tell me that she was trans. And I'm not going to lie and say it was easy, because it was not. It is still not easy. It is a terrific transition, and it's very difficult as a parent when something happens to your kid that you were not prepared for. My child was assigned male at birth. I had plans for my son. I had plans for how they would be when they grew up. I had all these things. And then plot twist, she's a girl. She's a girl. And I didn't know what that meant until it was in my house. And I did not know what it meant to have a child who, I remember what it was like to be 15. I remember how weird it was to go through puberty. I remember what it was, the breasts showed up way too early. My sister, they showed up way too late. You know, it's weird. But it would have, I can't begin to imagine what it's like for my child, who is a girl, to be growing facial hair, and to be having erections, and to having nocturnal emissions, and whose voice is getting more like her father's, not more like mine. I cannot understand how difficult that is for her, and I can't make it any better for her except to support her in every way I can. I support this bill because this bill is already in effect, or bill, it's not bill, what is it called? Policy, because this is already the policy my family has experienced in the Freeport schools. Up until this point, I have been so proud to be here in Freeport. Intolerance and my other friends, I mean, I'm one of a handful of non-white people in this state and one of a handful of the one people. So people are saying it's only one person that counts. Okay, that gives me pause. I have to admit, that does give me pause. But my experience as a Mainer is that we are neighbors. We take care of each other. Okay, we don't understand everything everybody else is doing because let's admit it, some people do really weird things. But we as a community, we come together. We support each other. We want to do the best thing for our kids. And I have to say, as a parent of a trans child, if you are worried that your child is trans and talking about this with somebody else, there is a very simple solution for this, and this is this. Ask your kid if they're trans. Ask them. And if that makes you uncomfortable, I have to tell you, that's actually not your kid's problem. And it's not the school board's problem. Okay? As a parent, I have had to learn to do a lot of things I never thought I would have to do because my kid needed me to do. And one of them was learn to be a parent to a trans child and to learn how to speak respectfully to her. I gotta tell you, the pronouns thing and the name change is a real doozy. My mother still can't get her head around, thank God she chose she. My mother couldn't get her head around the non-binary they thing. But, so I'm in support of this bill. I'm in support of policy. I'm in support of this policy because this is already the policy. And if you're afraid of what's gonna happen when this policy is implemented, this policy is already occurring, okay? And the people who are scared are actually not your kids, they're mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandra. So after Sarah, we have Nikki Hart.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me okay? Is that better? Is that better? Yeah? No? Okay. Well, my name is Sarah Doughton. My husband, Mike, and I both grew up in Freeport. We both graduated from Freeport, and we've raised our daughter also in Freeport. Most of what I have already written down has been said, but I'm just going to read it again anyway. Fear is driving so much of this policy and is creating fear within our community. Although I disagree with most of this policy, my biggest fear is regarding parental rights being taken away if this policy is passed. I don't want to impose on anyone's rights, and I don't want anyone imposing on mine or my family's rights. As a mandated reporter, if a teacher believes that child abuse and/or neglect is happening, it is their responsibility to report it, period. There should be no reason for a child to take on the role, there should be no reason for a teacher to take on the role of a parent and make medical decisions for that child, especially without knowing any prior medical history. How can anyone make any safe, informed decisions without knowing this? I would hope that you would want to have better medical care for the kids in our community. These are not your kids. You are not the parent. The only justification I am reading in this policy is that there is a theoretical possibility that there is a parent that might not handle a gender-related issue correctly. And because of that, you are going to take the parental rights from all of us, strip them from all of us. If this policy is passed as is, you are going to get yourself and the town in a situation where you are directly liable for when a really awful situation occurs with one of the kids. To me, by passing and removing our parental rights, you are saying that you don't believe any of us to be good, capable parents that are able to make healthy choices when it comes to raising kids, and that you believe we are going to hurt our kids without having any evidence. I would never have thought that I'd be up here pleading out of fear that a parent's rights could be taken away from them. And an even crazier thing is that nobody would even know that their rights have been taken away from them. So please don't punish us for parental crimes that you think others may possibly theoretically commit. You have heard and will hear a lot of comments tonight. I'm sure your email boxes are flooded. I am asking tonight for you to table this. Do not make a recommendation as to how the board should vote yet. I hope that the board will consider all that you have heard and read regarding this policy. To me, this is such a huge topic. I ask you all to watch tonight's meeting a couple of times and truly think about what you will be voting on now, and for the future parents and kids of Freeport, Durham, and Pownell. Please find solutions with the greatest impact for the most amount of people.
Thank you, Sarah. So after Nikki, we have Claire Ross.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hart, Freeport, co-director of Parents' Rights Maine. I am a mom and a lesbian of the gay community who has provided high-level therapeutic care for children in state's custody. I was also that child that's being marginalized today. I suffered from gender dysphoria at the age of 7. By the age of 10, I was that vulnerable child with learning disabilities, dysfunctional home, and depression. At the age of 14, I was victimized by a so-called safe adult who was the trusted pillar of the schools. Suicidal ideation led me to being in the custody of DHS, where I started attending Bagley, which is the Boston Alliance of Gay and Lesbian Youth. Because of my background, I was easily targeted, softened, groomed, desensitized, sexualized, exploited, victimized, and trafficked, all in the name of equality and inclusion. Why do I share this? I am the product of what happens when schools overstep boundaries based on assumptions rather than data and facts. I have seen firsthand how even the most well-intentioned adults and policies can cause real-life harmful effects. It is proven fact that parental involvement highly reduces suicidal ideation, drug use, bullying, dropout rates, and victimization. Even Equality Maine and Out Maine and others clearly state that it is extremely vital for LGBT-identifying youth to have complete parental support in order to have healthy and alive children. So why in the same breath do they contradict this by heavily influencing schools to change policies excluding such critical parental involvement? Yet none of you question this or why we are using the school's legal resources and limited funding to create these policies that inadvertently undermine parental rights and involvement, which leaves students at a disadvantage in core academics while prioritizing ideology pushed by these nonprofits. Equality inclusion is not creating policies for just LGBT trans identifying students while excluding policies that equally protect all students no matter how they identify. So where are the policies for the children who don't identify as LGBT or trans? It is not creating safe spaces and displaying flags and posters that identify LGBT students while discriminately excluding children who don't identify as such. So where are their safe spaces, flags, and posters? We don't support one minority group by creating a new one. It is not placing one protected class over another, forcing competing rights, or violating another child's human right, which is legally actionable. It is not exposing children to books that normalize and blur boundaries of incest, rape, violent sex, bestiality, pedophilia, and perversions. This just triggers the children that have been victimized, and research shows it causes actual developmental harm even to those who haven't. And it is certainly not forcing children to choose a trans identity while being exclusive of those who choose to identify as straight, patriotic, religious, or any other opposing viewpoint. There is no difference between a homosexual and a heterosexual except for who we choose as partners. You can't teach someone to be gay no more than you could teach someone to be straight. Believing anything different is degrading, demoralizing, and delusional. Your decisions are impacting the health and well-being of every student, no matter how they identify, which is causing irreparable damage to their lives and academic futures. Their actions are reflecting poorly on our schools. It is inappropriate, unprofessional, and sends a message that your mission is political activism, which never ensures equality for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Claire Ross, and after Claire, Hugh Bowen.
Hello, can you hear me?
You might want to get a little closer.
A little closer?
There we go.
Like that. Okay. My name is Claire Ross. I live in Durham, and I am going to be short and sweet about this. After hearing all the heartfelt testimony tonight, I am asking you to look deeply within, to table this policy. There are legal questions. There are so many questions that have been raised so eloquently by other people here tonight. The fact that you have so many people here on this issue should be enough to look deep within and table this vote. I think we need a lot more work on it, and even though you have given a lot to it and you've worked hard on it yourselves, I think we have a lot more to add to it, and the community is speaking tonight. My hat's off to people in this room. There's no us versus them. We're one community. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. So Hugh, and then after Hugh is Joe Migliaccio.
Hugh Bowen, Freeport. I don't have anything prepared to say, but just in hearing everybody speak, I feel like I'm a pretty middle-of-the-road guy. I agree with quite a bit of the policy, but it just seems like the committee was just trying to shoot the moon with this, and way off in whatever, left or right field, and I just think a little bit more time and thoughtfulness on both sides, and I think there's a middle ground to be reached. I just think this was, some of the details of this policy ask a lot. One portion of it that I really don't agree with is a small portion that a lot of people might not have noticed is mandating students to use pronouns. I'm not a guy that likes pronouns. I don't want to be told I'm supposed to use them. I don't want my kids to be forced to use them. I don't think that reflects that, you're hateful or scared or unaccepting. If you can treat somebody with respect, so there's some little things there that I think would make the policy less offensive to a lot of people. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh. So after Joe, if we have Reverend Sean Patrick Cody.
Hi, I'm Joe Migliaccio. I live in Freeport. I just wanted to say I was here a couple weeks ago and spoke and asked a couple questions that I think were echoed here today. I also, when I left, watched the video and heard the chair of the committee that authored this say it has to be written the way it is because we live in a transphobic society. And there's a lot of things generally in society that cause phobias. Arachnophobia, glossophobia or glossosotophobia, which is fear of public speaking. There are some other names about fat phobias and fat shaming and other things, and it might surprise you to learn. When I was in middle school in Freeport, I was a fat, short kid. And I'll tell you what, I don't remember anybody, and I'll tell you, I've seen it recently. I don't remember anybody asking me if I felt bullied or anything like that. Maybe I would today, but I don't think I'd talk about it. And would you expect if I did talk about it that you'd start giving me diet pills and coaching me on how to lose weight without talking to my parents because school and home don't separate. It's kind of sophomoric to think that you could do this in school with me, and then I go home and my mother's feeding me 3 pizzas. So why wouldn't you also work in these initial counseling meetings that I heard somebody say, my experience is the counselor's doing everything they can to get their kid comfortable so they can talk to the parents. If that's the goal, you better put it in the policy, because you can't trust people to just give mental health and social health counseling. This is a teaching entity, and we're trying to keep the social compact of the family together. I know some of you may have your Black Lives Matter signs on the lawn, which totally disagrees with the nuclear family unit. That's fine. But we still have a social compact here. We're trying to preserve families. We're trying to keep fathers and mothers involved in the life of their parents. And when you think about this, so please, I would say, you need to do what you need to do on the law. Some of this is legal. And yes, people, the state of Maine, if you go, I think you still have the boardsmanship thing up there. There are laws that say they really are upholden to only focus on the schools, budgets, things like that aren't that. So just to put a fine point on that when you're saying that. But I really was insulted to imply that Freeport, Pownell, and Durham are transphobic communities. Public speaking, math, science, those things scare people. And what I would leave you with is, please just stop using the sophomoric grouped-in term, trans. It's insulting to my friends, myself, with family members. People aren't just all grouped into one thing. And what I will say is, phobia is designed or defined as when exposed or thinking about a topic, you feel faint, you get dizzy, you feel like you're going to die, you have fear of death, you have fear of many things. I don't know, but I'd love to hear how many children in the Freeport schools are walking around when they've met somebody who may be trans, sexual, transvestite, all of those things, not conforming. Do they fall down, faint, get dizzy? Do they go to, then it's not a phobia, respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. All right, and then I'm back to Jennifer Curari from, I think it's from Falmouth, so if I'm messing your name, I'm sorry. But
Well, hi everyone. My name is Sean Patrick, and I do live in Portland, which is why I'm speaking now, I think. But I'm the minister at South Freeport Congregational Church, and I've been part of this community for about 1.5 years now. And I just want to commend the board on this policy. For me, growing up queer in the 90s, being in high school in the early 2000s, it was not easy, and I did not feel supported by my school. I didn't feel like there were adults I could come talk to about it. And, my parents loved me, but I was terrified about coming out to them because until you do that, like, you don't know how they're going to react and if they're really going to, surround you with their love or if they're going to react out of a place of fear. So just thank you for this policy. I read through it. It looks really reasonable to me and seems like it will make trans and gender expansive students feel like they belong, like they're not other, like they don't have to go to this one special place that only they go to. And I just want to say to all of the trans and gender expansive youth that are here, adults that have children who are trans and gender expansive, bravo on being here and listening to some of these comments. And I see you and just support you. And I'm proud of this town, proud to be a pastor in this town. So thank you.
Thank you, Sean Patrick. And then our last speaker, looks like the name starts with an S, so maybe Nick. It's also from Portland. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Curran. I'm from Falmouth. I am part of the LGBTQIA community as well. Over the summer, a gentleman here at RSU 5 shared 3 news stories that he believed highlighted safety concerns regarding trans student rights in schools, specifically in restrooms and locker rooms. The first story is from Loudoun County, and the details of the story include a horrific sexual assault that happened in the female restroom between 2 students. The perpetrator of the assault was initially described by a number of conservative news sources as a transgender individual. Since then, this horrible assault has been used as a warning to target trans safety policies. As of this month, September 14th, there's been an update to the facts of this story. The Loudoun County Circuit Court judge ordered a release of the findings of an independent investigation of the Loudoun sexual assault cases. The report stated that it found no evidence that the student who perpetrated the assault was transgender or that he purposely wore a kilt to get into the girls' bathroom. Instead, the teacher said that the student preferred male pronouns, and his mother also stated he identified as a male. Finally, at the time of the assault, there was no bathroom policy that included trans children in that policy. Second case was Johnson Middle School. The second example cited by this speaker, again, detailed assault perpetrated by a trans student. News update. The Melbourne Police Department investigated this allegation, concluded the allegation is totally unfounded. It did not happen. The third example, well, that's still alleged. We'll see what happens. The same speaker recently mentioned a lawsuit. Well, here's another. At Kenosha Unified School District, the district was ordered to pay $800,000 to settle a federal lawsuit brought by a transgender student. The district banned this student from using the boys' restroom, referred to him by female pronouns, and discriminated against him in various other ways. Judge Ann Claire Williams wrote, "The harms identified by the school district are all speculative and based upon conjecture, where the harms to the student are well documented and supported by record." So why all the fear of assaults in restrooms and locker rooms? Well, we know there's no link between trans-inclusive policies and bathroom safety. And we know this by a study conducted by the Williams Institute that tested the relationship between non-discrimination laws and public accommodations and reports on crime in public restrooms and other gender-segregated facilities. The quote from this institute's tested findings say, "The opponents of public accommodation laws that include gender identity protections often claim that laws leave women and children vulnerable to attack in public restrooms," said the lead author, Ms. Hazenbush. But the study provides evidence that these incidents are rare and unrelated to the laws. So is it hard to believe that a trans student who might be targeted in class or after or in a bathroom might need support here in your school to feel validated and safe? It wasn't so long ago that as a gay woman, I could be fired. It wasn't until 2009 that we had these protections in place. If I got sexually discriminated against or fired, I had no protections. That happened, 15 years ago? You have a chance to include children that are marginalized. I appreciate you, and I hope you do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, so yes, one more, sorry.
Good evening. Is this good?
Yes, we can hear you.
Wonderful. Before I'd like to start, I'd like to state that my name's Nick. I'm from Portland, and I'd like to thank all the other trans people who are here today to support themselves. I myself am a trans person. I am here tonight on behalf of myself and my peer members of Portland Outright. Portland Outright is an organization that's been supporting and advocating for LGBTQ young people throughout the state of Maine since 1988. The members of Portland Outright are proud to support RUS 5's new policies to support transgender and gender-expansive students. These policies are about treating students with basic decency. That's all we want as trans people. For our classmates, our kids, our students, ourselves, we want the safety and support that we need to focus on education. If a student named Alexandra wants to be called Lexi, we don't need administrative red tape to prevent her from going by the name that feels better for her. Same if Christopher wants to go by his middle name Kyle, then he should be able to. It's just the same for transgender students. Their name and pronouns are nothing but an aspect of their identity, just like any other students. Likewise, it should be simple for a student to safely use the bathroom. As an outright member who is in high school right now had this to say. As a trans masculine person, I don't feel safe using the boys' bathroom. I've had past experiences of being singled out, compared to others, and even physically pushed out of the bathroom. I also don't use the girls' bathroom because I present as a boy, and as a result, I have to go out of my way to go to one of the few single-stall bathrooms all the way on the first floor. I go out of my way trying to make my peers feel comfortable when they go to the bathroom, but I'm afraid of facing more violence and aggression just because I have to use the bathroom. This member spends valuable time that should be dedicated to learning in the classroom, either walking all the way across campus or worrying about his safety. All of this takes away from the valuable education that transgender students should be receiving, that all students should be receiving. Creating a support plan that centers gender nonconforming students should be no different than creating a 504 plan. These policies simply make learning more accessible and equitable for all students, not just transgender ones. We all know and recognize that both parents and schools want the best for our children and young people in their care. Portland is happy to see the RSU 5 administration take care to support education and safety of transgender expansive students in their community. We believe everyone has the right to a decent education and can't wait to see this policy put in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Okay, so thank you to everyone. Thank you for the respectful listening to all the different folks that got up and spoke this evening. This might be a record for the number of public comments, so thank you for the patience and for your willingness to come out and share your thoughts on this. We're going to continue on with the rest of our agenda, so I would encourage you all to stay, but I will remind you that this concludes the discussion from the public as a part of this meeting. So this now becomes, the audience feel free to stay and watch, but there is no communication back and forth between, it's now the time for the board to do our work, which does include the first read of that policy, but also a few other things. So with that, I believe we are moving over to the adjustment to the agenda to make sure we get this done, which is 14A. So do I have a motion for consideration and approval to employ a third grade teacher at the Pownell Elementary School for the 2023-2024 school year? Kelly and Maddie, thank you.
Okay, this evening I bring to you Emma Everett. Emma has a BS in education from the University of Maine and a master's in education from the University of New England.
Can I ask you a quick question? Do we not have that in our folders?
Jenny did not put the orange sheet in?
No.
Okay. I don't. Well, I will describe Emma then.
Okay.
We apologize for that. She holds certification pre-kindergarten as well as grades K to 3. She has experience as a second grade teacher at Limestone Community School. References describe Emma as caring, collaborative, having a calm tone with students, respected, seeking out feedback, and a good team player.
Any questions for information folks would typically look at those orange sheets that you would like? I don't know if you have it though either, do you?
Is this a permanent position? This is permanent. We had a staff member that's leaving to take an administrative position in another district, so this is a permanent position.
Other questions? Okay. All those in favor? Great. None opposed. All right. So report from the superintendent.
Okay, so in your packet, you have the policy and school properties disposition, and I'm just going to tell you about some items that are no longer used to us that we would like to dispose of. Per policy, I'm just informing you that we have the 2014 Big Ideas math materials for grades 6 to 8. There are about 30 student textbooks per grade level, along with teachers' editions and packages. We have purchased the 2020 version. and that 2014 version is no longer available. It's obsolete, and really under the policy we like to dispose of them because there's no present or future value. So we like to dispose of those, as well as we have some outdated old teachers editions for K2 units of study because there is no present or future value. So I'm just informing you that we have those items we are going to dispose of.
Yeah.
Sorry, get it nice and close. Could you say that last one again?
The last one is some teachers editions for the K2 units of study that are outdated.
Okay. Thank you.
And that's it for the superintendent's report? All right. All right, administrator reports. We have finance, Kelly Wentworth. Welcome back.
Can you hear me? Louder. Okay, good evening. In your packet this evening are the expenditures for July and August of 2023 before school started. As you know, our fiscal year runs July 1 to June 30. Because we did not have the meeting in July, I have included both in this financial report. It's very early on, although we do look financially healthy at this point. We're continuing to monitor things. Any of the previous positions that had been brought forward have been funded largely by grants that we receive through the district, and although we still have a lot of those positions open, there is funding for those positions through those grants. If anyone's interested, please feel free to visit our website under the employment section and apply for any of the open positions within the district. I do want to remind people as well that all of the financial statements that are included for both monthly and all previous years are included on our website under the budget section listed under financial statements. That's where you can find the full details. I present just the summary within the board packet. We did have a finance committee meeting at the beginning of the month that I am sure Beth will go over under the committee report section.
Questions for Kelly? Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so we will move on to 9B, which is an update from the Moore Street School and goal review. Julie Nickerson.
Good evening. I'm Julie Nickerson, the principal at Moore Street, for those of you who I haven't met before. So just generally, we've had a great opening to school. We've welcomed 326, I think, students back to school this year. And, this is our 5th week of school. We're getting into academics having just set expectations and community built in our classrooms. So in your packets, you will have seen an update of last year's goals and then this year's goals. And for those of you who were on the board at this time last year, you'll know that the goal we set was a new one for us and reflected the change of our demographic in our classrooms, and that we really had to think a little harder about differentiating for all our learners and ensuring that all learners have an access point whenever we're learning at school. So you'll see that many of our action steps were ongoing or already kind of achieved, and we're just kind of building on them. Our data at the end of last year, we saw a little growth, but not the growth we would hope for. So this goal will maintain for this year. We've turned over 1/3 of our classroom teaching staff this year. So it makes sense to just continue along the path of the learning that we were doing last year and maintain this goal. And we'd like to see greater growth in our data targets. One of the things in our new goals, you'll see the change in the strategies and action steps that I just want to highlight, is a more focused study, if you like, around assessment for a kind of subset of learners, what we're finding is we have probably more like 75% of our students who are what we would call instructional at benchmark. So they're handling the work of the grade level, and they're just not quite getting to a point where they're fully independent with that content. So we're really trying to focus on that group of students who we're not quite getting to the finish line at the end of a grade level, to see if we can really pull our data up from where it stands right now. So you'll see in the document that I've created for this year that our focus is around thinking about assessment so that we can more closely monitor the growth for those students, particularly but all students. And then we're focusing our PLCs to plan as teams to kind of support each other and have a collaborative approach to our learning. Is there any specific questions you might have around what's in those documents?
More.
Yeah, I have a couple. Thank you so much, Julie. Those assessments, will those, can you hear me? Oh my gosh, okay, I'll try to speak loudly. You know I'm not good at that. Are those new assessments or to be determined, or is it more frequent assessment?
Yeah, so currently, if you looked at the assessments we do at K2, it's pretty comprehensive. We do like at K2, reading instruction particularly has a lot of components to it. And so, you know, once students get to 3.5, we're giving them the MWA, and it's a more broad-brushed kind of approach to assessment. We have a lot of like discrete skills we're assessing, and most of those assessments are done one-on-one. So it's not any additional assessments. We do have one new assessment that we're using, which is our phonic decoding assessment. But really, the focus is more on an increased frequency, particularly for that group, so that we can monitor more closely, like small steps in growth.
Okay, thank you. And I had a question on the second page, but did you get that? Did you get to that yet? Or
no, you can ask. Go ahead.
Where it says under special education, work with the participate in PD to better understand the new units of study and literacy. Is that continuing following on new curriculum from last year? Or
yes, so we've continued to use units of study, but there's revised versions for both reading and writing at the K2 level. So this year we're fully implementing. Last year K started in January with the new unit, the revised units. It's not completely brand new. And then starting now for this new school year, K2, all classrooms K2 are using the revised units for both reading and writing. And so we're bringing our special educators into that PD so that they're fully aware of what is happening in the classroom, so that special ed can truly be a layered on support, and they know what the classroom is working on.
Okay, and is there a separate from that, is there an additional phonics curriculum that's layered on top of that? I'm just asking because I feel like I heard something about it at parent night.
Yeah, so we have, we use all three of the literacy components that the units of study produce. Teachers College produce. So we do reading, writing, and phonics. Phonics has its own, and they all intertwine. So they're separate workshops for students to experience, but the learning is kind of layered on from each of those parts.
Okay. And can I ask one more question? And has there been, you know, when the teachers have to implement the new curriculum, I'm assuming that's like probably time intensive. Is that take a PD, and is that something that's been worked on the past year?
Yeah, so this year our commitment for K2 teachers is all our PD days are focused on literacy.
Okay.
And our math coaching is kind of supporting PLCs. And we had, you know, there was before school opportunities to support the new implementation. It's not, for those teachers who've been teaching with us for a while, the lift is not, it's an adjustment more than a whole revamp.
but us starting with K last year definitely helped us kind of anticipate some different things that we were able to support the other grades with.
I'm just now can you hear me? I'm just wondering what the overall goals are as far as like percentages. I guess I'm kind of a numbers person, so
I mean, ultimately, our goal would always be 100% of our learners.
Right, but I think that's probably not completely reasonable, but
right. So I think I've stood here before and I have we've thought that a 10% increase is a realistic increase on any given year. So our hope would be that we could grow at least 10% more on each of those data points as baseline for this year.
I might say that that would be helpful to have in here, because I think when we look back to say, okay, how did we do? Are we happy with how we did? I think having just that kind of reminder of what's a reasonable increase to expect, because if we hold you to 100%, that's not really fair. So we might want to include that in here.
Yeah.
I was also curious, you have a new assistant principal. How is that going?
It's going amazingly well. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's we've been able to really share the responsibility of really wrapping around students. And then one of the things you might remember was a priority for the ask was, as a district, we really value supporting our teachers and ensuring that all students have access to high quality instruction. And that is what was I was having difficulty with based on our increased students in need, was actually getting to classrooms to do observations. So that's already made a really big difference. And having 5 new staff, like that's really important this year to get those teachers on, off to a great start and, just really implementing instruction in a way that we expect here in our district. So no, it's been great. Thank you.
Great. Maddie.
Thanks, Julie. It's nice to see you and hear your report. I wish we'd had more time for more of the fun update stuff. I miss that stuff.
I know.
I'm concerned to hear that that the turnover in the teaching staff was a third. I just love to know a little bit more about why you think that is. Is that people leaving the profession? Is there anything that you can put your finger on that we should be aware of?
No, there's a variety of reasons. There was a retirement, there was a medical concern, and a couple of teachers moved on for a different opportunity. One of our kindergarten teachers, Jamie Palmer, for example, she has left, but she's been talking to me for years about wanting to teach middle school, and she has gone to teach middle school. So sad to see her go, but she was following her professional goals. So it really has just been a circumstantial thing. And I think also Moore Street, this is my 9th year, I think, at Moore Street. And for a very long time, we had a very stable veteran staff. And so I think some of it is to be expected that we would now start to see more turnover. But
And I can't miss the opportunity to ask how our new Mainers are doing.
Great. Yeah, no, it's I was saying earlier that it's fun to be reminded how much growth has occurred with our students who still remain from our first round of students that joined us, and the amount of language they now have in comparison to our new students who have come and how far they've come. So yeah, we're excited to have them and start our cycle over. But no, it's been good.
Julie, I was wondering about the positions for the early intervention team. I know it's across schools, but do you have that in place this year? Is it? Yeah.
Yeah, no, we hired 3 amazing people, and I feel based on the current state of hiring, particularly in special ed, we are fortunate to have hired 3 really amazing people for those positions. And so it's
like the model is still evolving as we're kind of living it, but it's like second year round already started off on a really great footing, and they've been a really strong addition to our pre-K team as a whole, and they serve as kind of coaches to our teaching staff as well, as well as serving students directly. So it's been really successful. Thank you.
Other questions for Julie? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So board comments and committee reports. Didn't we just do this at the last meeting? Yes. Is it usually every other meeting? Yes. Huh, okay. We'll move through quickly. Board information exchange or agenda requests. Kelly?
Do I have to hold this down?
That one you might.
I'm just mentioning this on behalf of Meeting House Arts. They have an upcoming exhibition in October entitled Americans Who Tell the Truth. It's a portrait series by Maine artist Robert Shetterly, and it's going to be open to the public. There's a reception on October 20. And then on October 23, Monday, Connie Carter, who is the education director for Americans Who Tell the Truth, will lead a free workshop for teachers that includes a visit to the gallery, a film about young people who have stood up for racial, social, and environmental justice, and a discussion about how to use the suggested free lesson plans. Ms. Carter will provide a certificate of completion for teachers who may need recertification credit. And if any of our teachers do have any questions about how to access this resource, they may get in touch with Penny Dublin at Meeting House Arts, and I can provide that information.
Thank you. Susanna?
Thank you. I have a slightly ironic one. Given last week's discussion, 2 weeks ago discussion on all of the work that comes out of the cable TV board, an update on that, just because I will be getting off the board in another couple meetings. Our appointment from the RSU is not an appointment to that board. So just for us to know that it's a recommendation to the town to then be appointed to the board, which seems to explain why I have known nothing about this board for the past 4 years, but does not explain that the board has not met for the past 8. So just any of these boards that are town boards that we're making an appointment, we need to make sure that that position actually gets appointed. And so following through with that, it's not just enough that we make that recommendation.
So you're not in charge, is what I'm hearing, of that. I thought you were the only one on the board.
I'm apparently not. There is apparently a board, but we're still trying to figure out who's actually on that board. But so just for any of these boards that are a nomination to a town position, the town actually needs to go through and approve. Our nomination does not do that.
Okay. I think that's the only one we have, so we'll
it might be, but for November, when we reappoint that, we need to make sure that that happens.
We let the town know so that they do it. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. I'll just share a quick update that I had last Wednesday. MSMA, Maine School Management Association, hosted a kind of a roundtable discussion with the Office of New Americans, with school board chairs. It was Erica Carly Harris, and she's with the Governor's Office of Policy, Innovation, and the Future. And it was basically just a discussion around, what would be helpful for this. This is a governor-appointed new office that will be opened, will be started in 2024. There's actually a network across 19 states in the country for Office for New Americans. And it was really just a listening session of what would be helpful for schools around what this office could provide. It's not going to obviously be a huge office, so but more facilitation to resources or communication or those sort of things. And I believe in October they have another discussion happening with superintendents. So we had there was a good
good number of folks there. Pennington, the Department of Education Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, someone from the Children's Cabinet for the state, the Yarmouth Chair, York Chair, Portland, South Portland, Brunswick, myself, RSU 2. It was a good discussion, and it was a lot around, improving funding for services. Communication was a really big piece. To avoid surprises would be great. So I thought it was a really good first step, and I'm interested and excited to see what that office can do. So, Maura?
So Jean and I had talked a little bit about this, but I just wanted to make a formal ask for more information about the literacy curriculum, because we've had a couple of community members contact us about the curriculum we are using, and there's been some public discussion and sort of, I don't want to say reading wars, but there's in the education curriculum literacy field some shifts going on between traditional methods that I think we've used in Teachers College and moves towards science of literacy, or science of reading, I mean. So I'd just be curious to know more. Maybe that's something our curriculum committee could take up and bring back to us. I know we've recently purchased, like Julie said, new Teachers College curriculum, but I'm still wondering if those updates are enough. I think we're lucky that we have the resources to be able to do that and to get the better updated curriculum to try to make sure we have the best literacy teaching methods we possibly can. So I just would love to learn more about that.
All right. Yeah, Colin.
Thanks, Michelle. Thank you, Michelle. I have two things. One, I would love, Jean, perhaps this is for sort of you and Jen Gulko, but we've heard a lot of parents tonight with concerns around drug use in the schools, and I wondered whether we might be able to have an update on what on that issue and what the school is doing, the schools are doing to address it. Second, I would like to just ask the curriculum committee and any other parties that are relevant to at some point this year give us a bit of an update on how the question of AI is being addressed in education and the impact of ChatGPT and the new power for generating texts and how that may impact a variety of different aspects of how our children are learning and the education they're receiving.
Well, that's a big one. Any other questions or information exchange? All right, so I will flip it over to Beth for Finance Committee.
Well, I gave you an update last meeting, so there's really not much new because that was our last meeting. But basically we just kind of set our work for the year and decided to change our meeting dates to line up with when the Director of Finance gives her report to the board. So we will now be meeting on the second meeting of the month, I guess. So that will just be the change, and I will take any questions if anybody has any.
Sorry, I have a lot of questions tonight. Actually, it's a comment about something I forgot about to put on this list of topics, that the budget brochure. I know that if we want to do anything with that, we had to just do it far in advance, right? If we want to
Yes, we will definitely.
If we want to rework the budget brochure that goes out to the community.
Thank you for reminding us about that. We will put that on there, so thank you, Maura. Anybody else? Okay, good.
All right. Thank you. Policy.
Great, thanks. So we met on September 8th on Zoom, and the substance of our meeting had to do with our policy review. Just for the board knows this, but also for the public's awareness. We look as a policy committee at different policies for different reasons. Some of them are policies that we're looking at because there's been a change in law, and we need to make sure that our policies are in compliance with that law. Other times there's been a question has been raised by the board or by the administration of something that we need to look at. And then there's a huge category of policies where we just need to look at them on a regular basis just to make sure that they are up to speed. So that was what we were looking at last time. We looked at BCA, the Board of Directors Code of Ethics, GBJC, Retention of Application Materials, and BBBA, Board of Directors Member Qualifications. The first two, BCA and GBJC, were reviewed with no substantive changes. And BBBA, we had some questions for the administration as also as for our council. So we're getting some answers for that, and that will be brought back to the policy committee on October 6th. We also talked a bit about the board committee report out that I did last time on the committee's behalf. And we also had a discussion about the policy committee logistics. There were some good questions that had been raised about whether we should return to be meeting in person for the policy committee. And while we agreed that we would really like to all meet again and be able to eat the donuts that Cynthia would bring, we really wanted to maintain the greatest possibility for public ability to witness and to understand the process of what we're engaged in. So we're going to be continuing to meet via Zoom, and our next meeting will be on October 6th, 2023 at 8:45 a.m. Are there any questions?
Questions for Colin? Okay, thank you. All right. So policy review. Do I have a motion for consideration and approval of first read of policy ACAAA, transgender and gender expansive students? Mara and Kelly, thank you. Are you doing the update, or is Cynthia? Colin?
This is not an update, this is a discussion.
Well, I know, but usually you guys start the discussion.
Well, I think we've had a start to the discussion with the very impressive community turnout. I think we, as you know, we gave our committee report last week in terms of outlining some of the basic principles that we were using, some of the different ways in which we could break down thinking about the policy, and we also asked you for questions, and a number of you sent in questions to us. So we've been thinking about those as a committee. Also been talking to Jean. For the administrative perspective, I think overall this evening we should have the conversation should go wherever it needs to go. I think just in general, I think the committee is prepared to answer questions about how we develop the policy and about the policy, but also we are going to defer to Jean for questions that have more to do with existing procedures, as well as how the administration understands the impact of the policy as written. So now we get to talk about it.
I wanted to kick us off with I hope you'll indulge me. I've written some things down that I'm just going to read because we had a lot of questions that came from the board, and I appreciate that. So I thought I'd get the ball rolling. So I'll start by saying I support passing the first read of this policy as written, with one minor change to section E number 5, which was suggested by one of our board members, just making sure that number 4 and number 5 use similar language, and I can read that specifically at the end of these comments. I'm no longer on the policy committee, but I was over the past year while we wrote and prepared ACAAA. We reviewed sample language, reviewed proposed and current policies in other districts, conferred with RSU 5 staff to better understand current practice, consulted our attorneys about what is required by law, requested input from representative students, read and heard input from parents and community members, and discussed at length in great detail how to best provide for the students of RSU 5. And those of you on this board know that this has been happening for a year. There has been absolutely nothing rushed about this process. It has been lengthy, robust, exhaustive, and not exhausting, exhaustive. We've taken this charge very seriously. So that's comment number one. I do want to thank the current committee chair for his thorough report at our last meeting. And to those of you who've reflected upon our reporting over the last year and reflected on the community input. And I know you're all taking the community input very seriously. And I appreciate your time and attention to that, because I know it's not easy to sit up here and not be able to answer questions and to hear the passion with which many community members' views are expressed. It's difficult, and I commend everybody on this board for taking their job very seriously. And I want to thank you for sending your questions by email in preparation for the discussion. So while I'm not going to specifically identify the questions that came through, I think these comments reflect my answers to those and some of my personal views as well. So this is discussion. It is a long-held practice of the policy committee to draft policy which is clear in their intent, but flexible in their language. It's always tempting to consider every possible scenario and draft language which would presumably control any imagined human behavior. But the committee understands that that's an impossible task, and it actually makes the jobs of our staff and administration more difficult. Please note the language in the second paragraph of the policy, which states, quote, "This policy is not intended to anticipate every possible situation that may occur, since the needs of particular students and families may differ depending on the student's age and other factors," end quote. The committee crafted language to be flexible in order to allow for the wisdom and experience of the people in whom we've entrusted our students' care to prevail. We made the assumptions that our staff are trustworthy people and trustworthy in their work. Similarly, we assumed that all of our students are inherently trustworthy people. We did not assume that any group of people related by age, gender, race, sexuality, religion, etc., would ever be inherently more dangerous to anyone. Speaking personally, it is my belief that if the committee or the board were to do so, we would be guilty of perpetuating myths and stereotypes, the likes of which have led to some of the world's most horrific atrocities that people have perpetrated upon one another. And very personally, I'm the great-granddaughter of Catherine Alexander Kotz, who was murdered at Auschwitz because she was a member of a group of people who some at the time believed to be dangerous to others. So this is the lens that I apply to my work on behalf of any group of people, and especially to the children of RSU 5, to protect and avoid stereotypes of any kind. So with all of that said, I do not believe that this policy should specifically outline what a support plan might look like. I think we need to be flexible on that front. I do not believe it should specifically describe how a student would or would not choose to involve all of their guardians. And I do not believe that the policy should specify how and when use of certain bathrooms should be determined beyond what is already outlined within the policy. I want to acknowledge that the many members of the community who have addressed the board regarding this draft policy, it is heartening when members of the public engage themselves in understanding the work of a school board. But I find it distressing when false narratives occur, which increase unnecessary fear, divisiveness, and outrage. Some have suggested that the committee's work is anti-parent, which is a very dangerous line of rhetoric. I wish to remind the board of the following, which was reported to you at the last meeting, and I'm quoting. "We believe that given the information available to us regarding rates of abuse, maltreatment, violence, and suicidal ideation and attempts, that the administrators should trust the student to determine when and if to involve their parents in the creation of a school plan. We have structured the policy to reflect this, while also respecting the importance of encouraging open dialogue with parents and family around these important life decisions," end quote. and I believe we've heard it represented in some of the commentary tonight, that this is the practice and has been the practice, and we do consider the family unit very important. It's also important to acknowledge that in addition to the public comment we've received tonight and at the last meeting, we've also received many, many letters from the community, many of which express support of the work of the committee and urge us to accept it as written, which I do as well. And just to specifically talk about the section that I do think we should change for Cynthia's notes, section E, number 5. If we were to change that, it would mirror the language in number 4. So it would read, locker rooms. Students are permitted to use the locker room that most closely matches their gender identity. If any student expresses a need for privacy, ... The rest is written.
So essentially changing it from if the student expresses to if any student, so similar to what it says. Yeah. Kara.
Thank you, Maddie, for those remarks. I appreciate your perspective as someone who's been working on this for the past year. I did prepare a few thoughts as well. So our roles on the board are to do what we think is in the best interest of the students. Yes, we were voted by our town neighbors. We were voted to do what we think is in best interest of the students. Our responsibility as school board members in partnership with the superintendent is to provide leadership to guide the mission and direction of RSU 5. The first strategic goal to meet that mission is for all RSU 5 students to experience a joyful learning climate that is safe, nurturing, and fosters curiosity. I believe this policy will help achieve that. I'd like to say thank you to Colin, Maddie, and Candy for the amount of time, research, and very thoughtful consideration you've put into this policy. You haven't taken it lightly at all. I haven't taken it lightly, and I believe the rest of the board hasn't taken it lightly either. I also know that those of you who have given public comments or emailed us also haven't taken this lightly. I acknowledge that it takes courage to send those emails and to speak at a microphone on public record. So I thank everyone for participating in this process. I can speak for myself and say I've listened to every public comment. I've read every email, many more than once. I've had numerous conversations with parents and community members. I've read other policies and research papers, and I believe this is a good policy worth passing. This is no doubt a tough issue. There's a wide spectrum of understanding of what transgender students experience. I believe that those who drafted and continually revise this policy have developed a strong understanding of what would be most supportive of these students. A support plan is one that is meant to support the student in their needs at that time in order to be in the safest, most supportive learning environment for them, so that we can all reach that first goal I referenced earlier. And this is not at the expense of any other student. It simply would not threaten the safety of their peers' learning environment. I appreciate that there is an awareness and concern of assault in general. Preventing all kinds of assault is something we should all be teaching our children about. The evidence shows that the risk is significantly higher for transgender students. They are twice as likely to be assaulted than their cisgender peers. I believe our schools are doing everything they can to keep assault risks as low as possible through current mechanisms in place, and putting this extra safety mechanism in policy can lower the risk even more. Allowing students to choose the bathroom they feel safest in and express themselves in a safe and supportive environment will ultimately increase the safety of our whole student body. And as much as I want to believe that I am the biggest, best, and most supportive influence in my children's lives, I know that may not always be the case because that's what can happen sometimes. That's what can happen in life. My next hope would be that they have or find other adults they can talk to because research shows that children do better when they have support from trusted adults in addition to their parents. The US CDC states that youth who feel connected at school and home are less likely to experience negative health outcomes related to sexual risk, substance use, violence, and mental health. So for those transgender students who don't feel connected at home, this policy can assure them that they have a safe connection, a sense of being cared for, supported, and belonging at school. Truly preparing students for a world after the 12th grade means more than making sure they know math, science, reading, and writing. I'm in favor of this policy because I believe it supports the social, emotional education that our staff are providing. This policy underpins and utilizes the concepts of empathy, perspective taking, social awareness, and compassion, all concepts that I know are being taught in school. Living in a world with people of all gender expressions requires these concepts. It doesn't need to be more complicated than that. It doesn't need to invoke fear or disgust. Trans youth are twice as likely to experience depression, seriously consider suicide, and attempt suicide compared to cisgender youth. And youth homelessness disproportionately affects BIPOC and LGBTQ+ youth. They are 120% more likely to experience homelessness than their non-LGBTQ+ peers, often due to being kicked out of home because of their identity or leaving home on their own to escape a dangerous or abusive situation. A 2019 school climate survey showed that only 37% of LGBTQ+ youth identified home as an affirming space. These statistics are scary. These statistics are why we have this policy in front of us to consider. So what can we do as school board members? Right now, for this population of at-risk students, we can pass this policy and show them that they matter, their identity matters, their safety matters, and they can trust the adults in their school to support them in a joyful learning climate that is safe, nurturing, and fosters curiosity. And I have some questions that I had emailed, so I'm hopeful that is that something I need to ask again now? Is that?
Sure.
Okay. I would love to better understand what staff training is currently in place about the legal rights, personal safety, and emotional well-being of transgender and gender expansive students. And if none, what are they considering for training? And along with that, what education are students receiving about gender identity and student rights, and specifically related to discrimination? And then I have one other question I can ask after.
Okay, I'll start with training with that. For staff training, there's some required training every year for all kids. And I think that when we're really looking through the lens of all kids, for example, our staff are trained in affirmative action. There's a gender equity training that they have that follows the Human Rights Act with guidance for equal educational opportunities in accordance with the Maine Human Rights Act for all children, as well as a sexual harassment training that all staff receive. We ask our staff to review policies for non-discrimination, equal opportunity, harassment and sexual harassment of students, hazing and bullying. So those are all those things that would encompass all kids. In addition, and I know we've heard a lot of folks talk about statistics regarding suicide, there's a suicide prevention training that our staff participate in every 5 years. We've had our director of instructional support, our instructional strategists, and our psychologists attended a workshop in this past June for working with young transgender children, clinical and ethical considerations. That was put on by the National Association of Social Workers. So that's training that they had to support other folks in our district, other staff members in our district. And as well as when you look in terms of staff training and our social emotional learning training that we have, is inclusive of diversity of all groups. So those are specific things in there. When the board has an approved policy, that would be another policy review that our teachers would be, and all staff members would be expected to review at that point.
What was question number 2?
Oh, question number 2 is around what education students receive on gender identity in general.
And so when you're looking at specific curriculum, there is social emotional learning that's naturally embedded in our health and PE curriculum. Our students participate in inclusive learning environment that values the interests of all children through opportunities to learn and practice social and emotional skills and behaviors. There are, through high school health courses. There may be some through when they're looking at their human sexuality component of that health curriculum. And then certainly for the lens of all students, we're looking at students' rights and discrimination through the lens of kids.
And my third question, thank you very much. What record, so in section E, number 2 of the policy, it references a student who has not legally changed their name and or gender may still request that the school unit utilize their preferred name and or gender on school records, and this request will be honored to the extent that the school unit is not legally required to use a student's legal name or gender on particular records. So I'm wondering which records are legally required to still use a student's legal name?
So those records would be through our student information system, things that are in Power School. So a student's legal name would be there in terms of if it's on a transcript. So a transcript would have a legal name on it. Also, any state testing would have a legal name on it. And the state, as we know, the state testing, all our student information is uploaded to the state, so that when everyone has a student ID, so when they take the state assessment, that would be a legal name. Where you would find preferred names would be there's a preferred field, and that would be to help a teacher when they're looking at a roster of students. And I would say that's not, and someone mentioned in public comment, it's not just about students who are transgender. It could be Elizabeth wants to be called Beth, so that's where that preferred field would be.
Okay. Thank you, Kara. Other questions that folks had? Kelly.
First of all, I just want to thank the policy committee for all the work they've done, and I know they've been so thorough. They've been spending so much time thinking about and crafting a policy that will both protect the rights of equal access and treatment of our trans and gender expansive students according to the law, and also support their mental and emotional needs. It's clear that their rights and their well-being is the primary goal of this policy, and you have put a lot of thought and consideration into both what you've chosen to include and what you have chosen not to include. And so as I've listened to some of the comments that some of our guests have mentioned tonight, I just want to mention some of the things that have not been included in this policy. This policy does not explicitly direct staff to prescribe any medical treatments for trans or gender expansive issues. It does not prevent any students from sharing any aspects of their lives with their parents. It does not encourage any of our staff to keep secrets from family. I commend you for thinking these things through and taking them into consideration. One thing I do want to bring up as a point of policy is section D3, and that is the issue of student gender identity disclosure to parents. As it's currently written, the policy states that the designated staff person will discuss parent-guardian involvement with the student to ensure that the student feels safe and supported. And I can tell, especially after Maddie's discussion and Colin's, that you have made that intentionally vague, and I can understand why. But I want to just think about whether it might be worth considering strengthening the language in this section. Clearly we trust our staff to do what's right, and clearly there are many families in our community that might not support their transgender students. It is demonstrated by statistics that many transgender students do experience significant levels of family rejection. But considering how important supportive families are to our gender expansive students' well-being, I wonder if we should think about adding some language that make it clear that we do wish to support healthy communication between parents and their children about their gender identity, and that we would be willing to offer resources to help our students navigate the involvement of their parents. So just something to throw out there and talk about.
Thanks, Kelly. I've been thinking a lot about that same thing. I was discouraged to hear
the perspective after reading the policy that this was encouraging secret keeping. I don't think that was ever the intent. My read of the intent was to keep it flexible for the safety of the students. But I hear all of the comments around the perspective that it looks like we're trying to exclude the parents. So I think some kind of language that identifies that we think the safest, best, outcomes for children, as the statistics show, is a safe family relationship, right? Where everyone's working towards the same goals, and then the school layers on and also supports those goals. We've seen great success when that's the case, right? So how can we put into the policy that we recognize that, and that should be the first step, right? Like, we want that to be the goal, and we have a policy that allows for that, but we also have the flexibility if there is concern that that is not what's going to happen when we involve the parents, right? We thank you for the additional policies. The policy committee provided some. We had folks from the community who provided some, to read through how other people have tried to tackle that. I think there's some language that's in some of the other policies, probably specifically Yarmouth's, around how they start with, this is our goal, is to have everybody at this table working together. But if, in a hopefully very small number of cases where that's not possible or isn't in the best interest of the students, this is how we would handle that. So maybe if we come at it from that's the exception, not the rule, that might help alleviate some of the concern about excluding parents.
I like those thoughts, and maybe it's something we can just boot back to the committee just to flesh out a little bit.
Yeah, I guess I would be interested to hear what folks are thinking. Danielle.
That was one of my concerns and questions that I submitted to the group, and I also had a long conversation with Colin about that specifically. And I think the policy example that we got from RSU 21 actually has some really nice wording in there, Section D, I believe under the same number 3, that goes into, providing resources for the community. Because I look at this as, we ask a lot of parents, I think. And I think I gave Colin the example of in 2020 during the height of the pandemic, we asked parents to really become teachers and to become the educators in part of the community along with other teachers, right? And I felt that burden, to be quite honest. And I think to take a parent out of a policy like this kind of then means that we're just not needed anymore. And I think that's a bad thing. I would hate to be not involved in my kids' education and their development. I think I'm very lucky. My kids tell me everything. In fact, I joke probably sometimes too much. But I'm happy about that, right? So they tell me, so I feel like I'm never going to be caught in a situation like this to where I don't know something and then all of a sudden I have to find out, from a teacher, something like this. So yeah, I would love to have some wording in there about involving the parents somehow, and also doing that safely for the kids, because I don't want something to happen to a child either. And also providing resources for both the parents and the kids, because if the parents are struggling, I think we can offer something to help with them as well.
My thought around that specific piece is I agree with maybe having something like that, but I would want it to be crafted carefully, because I wouldn't want it to be a staff member making the decision whether they feel a student is comfortable or not, including the parent. I feel like it should be the student's choice to include their parent or not. So I'm comfortable with the way that it's currently written because it allows that flexibility. I feel like once we get into talking about will the child's parent be involved or not, and that's an administrator decision, I don't think an administrator should be deciding that. I'm not saying that it would be written that way. I'm just saying that's a concern of mine that could happen.
Yeah, because I think the way that the Yarmouth policy deals with it in their section, it says that the student, in the case where the student has not yet informed their parents of their desire to assert a gender identity or expression different from their gender assigned at birth, the administrator or appropriately designated personnel shall first discuss parent guardian involvement with the student. They shall be notified by the administrator or appropriately designated personnel prior to their parent or guardian being contacted, and shall have the opportunity at that time or at any point to pause the planning process. Stopping the planning of the process does not prevent the students from continuing to access other school support services, including counselors and social workers. And then the planning meeting shall involve the student's parents or guardians unless the superintendent, after due investigation, knows or has a reasonable cause to suspect that involving the parents would likely lead to abuse, neglect, or neglect of the student. And then it continues on the definition of the Maine Child Family Services Protection Act. I think I understand where you're coming from around the administrator versus a staff member who's been involved in the discussions with the student. I like the idea that it's not the default that, and I think we heard it from parents that have had students that have transitioned and dealt with these issues over the years. It's difficult with your parents, right? And if you're given the choice of something hard or not something hard, like how many times would you take the not hard, even if you kind of knew in your heart in the end it would be better for you to have the support of your family. So I think having a point person to help make the more rare situation where the parent isn't involved, and I love the language that they can stop and pause at any time. Right, like we're not ready yet. Okay, how can we get you ready? Because I think that's the intent, right? The intent isn't to exclude the parents. It's like, how can we help these kids? And I think this is back to the comment earlier. This is what's happening in the schools. We're trying to help kids have the tools and the words and the confidence to have those conversations with their families. I worry that if it's hard, right? I mean, you want them to have ownership in the process, and I think they do. But I think it shouldn't be the default that the parents aren't involved. I'm struggling with that. Kelly?
I think that the existing language does address that to some extent, and that is that a conversation is initiated, and there is flexibility in that conversation for students and staff to talk together and decide, with giving the child agency. But, yes, we as adults have some perspective that our children don't have, and perhaps our staff members can offer some of that perspective to the children that, but ultimately I agree. I think in these scary situations, children should be able to choose how and when they disclose. But that doesn't mean that we couldn't encourage them that when the time is right, we can offer these resources to them to help them with those conversations, and their parents too.
Suzanne?
Yeah, thank you. No, I think the same. I like how we've had this vague language. If we are creating it so that people are reading it and the interpretation by many is that we are intentionally excluding anybody, I'd be fine with a little bit more framework around that. But I would be uncomfortable if we are then putting ourselves in a position where we're saying, we know something about this kid, we're telling their parents. Because there's a lot about that parent-child relationship that the school isn't going to know. And I think that the students absolutely need to have that agency to know that relationship better than the school, and to say that if they're not comfortable speaking with their parents yet or having their parents informed, that we work with their student and that, help them whatever. And you can go back to saying that, you know, some decisions are harder, some are easier, and we might default to easier decisions. But by doing that, we can also help students learn about those harder decisions too. And how can we make harder things less scary? How can we feel supported? How can we dive into things that are scary and are challenging by having ownership as well? I think that ownership is a big aspect to, you know, making some of those bigger decisions. So I would be fine with a little bit more framework there, but I still want to keep it, you know, possibly where Yarmouth is saying that there is sort of an initial discussion. The student can press the pause button and saying, you know, I'm not ready to go forward with this, because ultimately the student is the one that's going home and living with the parents, and the staff isn't. So I just want to make sure that we're not yeah.
Okay. I'm concerned that if we added all of that Yarmouth language, that would ultimately require opening up a abuse and neglect investigation, that would make this policy null and void, essentially. So students wouldn't feel comfortable coming at all, knowing that could be a result. I think it's also important, thank you, Kelly, for stating what this policy is not. It is not, there's no making decisions for students. We're not doing anything to them. There is no healthcare or medical component to this at all. These are not life-altering decisions. These are students who would prefer to use a different name, different pronouns, and relieve themselves in a space where they feel safe. I don't think that it is more than that, unless I'm misinterpreting, unless there's something that I've missed in this policy. So I think it's being blown up in a way to be something more than what it is. And I think that these kids can change their minds. If next week they want to use a different name, they say, you know what, I don't feel like I'm identifying as that gender anymore. There's no harm there. We've already heard a number of times about the true risk in bathrooms. It is not, it is against transgender students. So that is something that I'm not concerned about personally. And aside from just general assault in general, that we should always be aware of. So I would say I really do like the idea of if we wanted to add some language. I think that this is something that staff is probably already doing. If this is something that comes to them as saying, you know, how it's part of that conversation, how do you feel about talking to your parents about this, and trusting the full agency of the children to let them know.
I just wanted to thank everybody for the really thoughtful questions and remarks. I think I would love to return to the this question of some additional language on that, but I think that it also might be helpful perhaps to ask our superintendent to maybe share a little bit about what these support plans actually look like in practice, because as we have noted, what this policy is codifying is our current practice, is our current procedures. So we know that the procedures that we're currently using to support our students are working. And Jean, I wondered if you might be able to share a little bit about that might inform the conversation further.
Sure, happy to do that. So we had a lengthy discussion at our administrative team level to see what was actually happening in practice in our schools. And in terms of initiation, who initiates a support plan? At the K-8 level, primarily it's parent initiating. It's a parent coming to an administrator, it's a parent coming to a counselor, and saying that they would like to have some support for their child. At our high school, our older students, many are student initiated. However, it was shared that most parents are aware, even though they're student initiated. There are some students who are afraid to tell their parents. For other students, their parents know and they're not supportive in that. And there's been some talk like who participates in this sort of staffing meeting. It would be the student, potentially the nurse, the guidance counselor, social worker, teachers, administration, and the parent.
And what the plan looks like, it's really individualized for the need of the student. Our teams listen to the parent, they listen to the students, and parents will often guide the discussion when our staff asks, like, how can we be more supportive? Our schools work to involve the parent if the parent is not initially involved at the request of the student. Sometimes those plans contain bathroom usage. Which bathroom are you most comfortable using? For some kids, it's names and pronouns, and it was shared that for our high school kids, they care about their names the most. That's the most important thing to them. For example, when you have a substitute teacher, you want to make sure that you're called by your preferred name. And that plan is communicated to staff as well. I'll also share as part of a plan in our own policy that the board has drafted, sort of what's that interface with if a student has an IEP or a 504 plan. Students certainly have protection as a transgender student, but they also have protections as a student with a disability. And so a plan may have certain accommodations. For example, if we want to make sure if through a student's disability communication is difficult, we want to make sure that we're using a method that's optimal to them. If a student has social work in their IEP, that might also be connected to this plan. So that's what the plan is. And I will say it is not the things that, it's not medical, it's not devices, it's none of that.
One of the other comments I saw is, and this came from the Yarmouth, was no portion of this policy precludes a student from confidentially speaking with a school counselor or social worker about transgender or gender expensive issues. Such conversations are confidential to the extent set forth by applicable law. I like having that in there because I think it sort of separates what the plan is trying to address in terms of a support plan, right? Because even if a parent isn't told about a support plan, it's part of their legal record, so they could see it, right? I mean, if they looked in Power School or asked, they could see, they could see those parts of their, it's part of their legal record, and parents are entitled to those legal records. But that doesn't mean they should necessarily have access to a conversation that a student has with a social worker. I've been thinking about this a lot, as I know we all have. And, one of the things I think about as a parent that was hard for me once my child hit the age of 13 is you don't have full access to their discussions with their doctor anymore. If my daughter wants to talk about birth control with their doctor, I don't have access to that anymore. I pay the bill, she's still my child, she's a minor, but that's a confidential conversation, and I don't think we want to necessarily eliminate students having access to that, whether they want a support plan or not. So I kind of like that specific call out that says that nothing in here precludes a student who just wants to have a conversation with a social worker or a counselor. Just something I was thinking about.
I would support that as well.
Susanna?
Yeah, I would definitely support adding that. And I think that might help shape the question on parental involvement in whether we want, in that other section, whether we want more specific language or not. Because if we elsewhere say that we can have those, I just want to make sure there is space for those confidential discussions, and that may make other parts to the policy a little bit more clear if we have that in there specifically.
Yeah.
Michelle, will you remind me? I'm lost in paperwork. Will you just remind me where that additional Yarmouth language was around the?
It is in section D, guidance for specific issues. D1E.
D1E.
Page 6 of 11.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think conversation should continue. I think I suppose I could at this point say sort of gather some of the thoughts that I'm hearing, and I suppose sort of give them back to you to sort of see where we're at on those, and then continue to explore other aspects. I'm hearing that that first we might add that language, even just as written in Yarmouth's policy, that is listed under guidance on specific issues, 1E. No portion of this policy precludes a student from confidentially speaking with a school counselor or social worker about transgender or gender expansive issues. Such conversations are confidential to the extent set forth in applicable law. So one proposal might be to add that to our policy. Another is to look at the possibility of adding, I believe it would be Yarmouth's paragraph C3 or adjusting RC3 to, do you want me to read that?
Well, I mean, there's also the RSU 21.
There also is the RSU 21 language as well.
Yeah, I really liked the RSU.
Yeah, the RSU 21 language also was quite good. But I think that I agree that the language on stopping or pausing the process, I think that's some good language. So so again, a possibility could be to take some of that RSU 21 language as well as taking that that portion of the Yarmouth language and adding that to our policy.
So it was for RSU 21, it was C3 for your notes. It was in there.
C3 or D3?
D?
D3. No.
Is it D?
No,
No, it's C. Well, I don't know. Let me see what D3 is.
Well, I was thinking, Michelle, that that was the
D3
language
is
that I liked.
pronouns.
So in C3, it says RSU 21 seeks to avoid inadvertently putting any student at risk by contacting their parents or guardians. It is the goal of RSU 21 to support communication between students and their parents about the student's gender identity. RSU 21 will offer support to the parents and guardians and students as needed. The student will be notified by the administrator prior to contacting their parents or guardians, and the district will offer resources to the student to navigate the involvement of the parents, guardian.
So just a very technical question. As I said, I'm a little lost in paperwork. Where would we put that? Would that be under? Would that be under what is RD?
It seems like it could be an addition to D3 at the end of what you've already
Addition to D3
written.
or an alternative language for D3.
Mm-hmm.
So again, I'm saying this to myself as well as everyone else in the world, but also mostly to Cynthia. That the proposal would be to add the language from RSU 21C3 to our hybridize it with our language for D3 period. And I think Michelle, I think your point around the Yarmouth language of stopping or pausing the process does not prevent the student from continuing to access school support services, including counselors and social workers, I think would be important to add as well. So that would also be added, I think, to that. I think we could just add that also to 3. I don't think, or we could make it, I mean, yeah, I think we would add that to 3.
Yeah.
I have a question that I did not send in advance, so I hope that you can answer it. When the policy committee was discussing the medical issue as far as people medical interventions, I realized that we have a policy on medical, like medications, as somebody said about the allergy medication. Would any of those sort of medical things regarding the transgender thing, would that fall under the other policy, or did you guys not specifically address that in this policy for a reason?
If I understand your question correctly, I'll answer what I think your question is, and maybe that will clarify it. This policy in no way allows for any recommendations by school staff or provision of any medical devices of any kind. That is not allowed under this policy.
Thank you. Thank you.
And it seems like reading through all the other policies, it's not really referenced in any of them except one, except Yarmouth. Yeah, they have another specific call out that says school personnel shall not prescribe or suggest medical treatment nor provide tools that promote or conceal gender expression at any time. You know, it's this fine line, right? Like, I think Maddie is spot on when we try to keep these flexible. But I think there is some benefit to having some parameters around it, particularly for one like this, in that you know, where our intent is that will not happen. Maybe we're better off expressly saying that will not happen. You know, unless we can think of a situation where we would consider that. I can't think of one. But if we know that that's not the intent, then maybe we specifically call that out.
Yeah, and I would say if that is not our intent, it should probably be specifically in there, just based on comments that we've heard.
Even without her mic, she agrees.
I do have another question, though.
Yeah.
Can we just pause on that for a moment?
Yeah.
I think that's a really important point. And I think, again, I would agree with Maddie's description of our sort of policy responsibilities, both as a committee but also as a board. And many people, including our lawyer, point out to us the importance of being as general as possible to allow for the administration to do its work. However, I think the addition of that language to the policy, the addition of that piece from the Yarmouth policy, which is, again, D1F, the school personnel shall not prescribe or suggest medical treatment nor provide tools that promote or conceal gender expression at any time. I think that is also a very good proposal for an addition to this policy. Daniel, I didn't mean to cut up but just to kind of gather our thoughts at certain points too.
All right. So my new question. I guess this is kind of more for Jean and maybe eventually for the school administrators. But I'm concerned, and I think many of the parents expressed this too, about the infrastructure at every school throughout the RSU. I myself know DCS the best because that's where my children came through. And when I got voted on for school board, I was not able to make the tours last year. I'm hoping to this year. But I honestly don't know what a lot of the other bathroom situations are. And for those that don't know about Durham, there's a lot of single stall bathrooms that are available for both teachers and for students, which makes it very nice. So I guess I'm concerned about what's available at other schools. And then I will also say that in my email with the questions is I am concerned because I have a high schooler about what I'm hearing about the private bathrooms. You know, they're not available, they're being locked, and a lot of bad things are happening in them, which I think is why they're being locked. But how do we make sure that all students, the students that don't want to go to the bathroom in front of anyone else, the transgender students, you know, anybody in that school that wants to use a private bathroom has the ability to use a private bathroom?
So we did ask our administrators that question for each school. How many, and it's you're right with Durham. There are actually, for single occupancy, there are 27 in that building. They're mostly the new school was designed that way, and as we know, the multi-stall bathrooms that's what you find in older schools. I will tell you, Moore Street, there are 7. Mass Landing, there are 9. Pownell, there are 2. 27 at Durham. Freeport Middle, 7. And at our high school, there are 3 for that currently. And I think, towards your question, like how can we ensure that they do, that's really a question for the administration, like how we do that. I know we had a lot of comments about the bathrooms, just in general, with drug use in them. And that's a whole nother really important conversation we need to get down to. And there are lots of people, there are lots of adults, and if I ask folks in this room, where are you most comfortable using the restroom? Most of us would probably say a single stall situation for people. And we have, you look at those larger bathrooms, we do have those multi-stall. We do have those in all our schools. We have some multi-stalls as well. But I think that's a bigger discussion. How can we ensure? Because we need to ensure for any student that if they want to use that single stall, they have a right to use it.
And I think I've had a couple of thoughts thinking about the single stall bathrooms. I mean, it is a great solution if we can do it, right? Like logistically speaking, we can't just convert a into a single stall. I mean, there are ways to. I was talking to a friend of mine who's a facilities person who does buildings and retrofits, and he's he works at a college, but he said one of the things they've done is they've made them sort of more gender neutral with like floor to ceiling or close to floor to ceiling walls in larger bathrooms. I'm sure folks have seen them in the new hotels that are down in Portland. That's an idea. I would suggest this is a great thing to put on a agenda for the facilities committee to talk about, like what's the feasibility of increasing the number of single stall bathrooms in our schools. Is there spots where we could do it? What would the costs be? What would we lose in terms of other space? I mean, we don't have tons of extra space floating around in any of our schools. So I love the idea. I just don't know how many we could add and what the cost would be. But I think it's a great question that we should be talking to our new director of facilities about it at the facilities committee next month to be looking into. 3 at Freeport High School, shocks me. I do think, just to your comment, Danielle, I'm not sure if she's noticed any change this year, but I know they were having issues with some of the single stalls in the high school getting locked from the inside. So somebody would leave and lock it, and then it was useless to everybody until somebody came and unlocked it. They've changed it. You can't do that anymore. Like, they're single lock, occupied and vacant now. So hopefully that's a little bit better. But 3 is a very small number, so for the size of the school. So I just want to ask the question, because we got a lot of comments about the bathroom use. What are people's perspective on the policy as it's written? I'm supportive of how it's written, particularly with the change to the locker room that any student could ask for, or could access an alternative solution if they were uncomfortable. I think that meets the needs. I know there were some folks who disagree with what the legal requirements are from RSU 26, I think it was, around that legal case. Our attorneys have told us that that's the law today, right? So you can't tell someone they can't access a bathroom. You can't force them to use an alternative bathroom differing from their gender identity. So I think the policy supports that, but I just want to make sure that in general the board is, yeah.
Yeah, I'm also in support of the policy as it's written, and I do believe it meets the requirements of the Maine Human Rights Act. One thing I did want to mention it for discussion is we did have a public commenter that referred to a legal brief mentioning that the policy should not be read to imply casual access of any student to any bathroom. And I noticed as I was reading over the sample policies that many of them seem to address this by having language in there somewhere basically saying this is who we consider transgender, somebody who consistently asserts that this is part of their core identity. So I'm wondering if it's worth us thinking about whether we should add something like that.
I noted that too, that most of them had something like that and ours didn't really. I was guessing there was a reason.
Yeah, we spent some time on that because it is a challenging time in a young person's life, and for us to assume that that we should only ascribe certain identities to somebody because they're more than casual is it's not our call. Basically, it was the way I remember we landed on it. It's not our call; it's the student's call, and what we define as casual may not feel very casual to them. So we specifically avoided that.
No, I think you said it really good. Jane, I wondered if you maybe could just speak a little bit to sort of from in terms of how this works currently, but also in terms of your interpretation of the policy, in terms of how what sort of disciplinary and kind of protections of students' privacy, like how does that currently take place, and how do you see the policy impacting that?
Yeah, and I think certainly when we look at this, for any misbehavior where someone would just casually pop into a restroom, that would be addressed at the building level by the building administration or by a teacher with that, and and I think that there's not this casual going in and out of bathrooms that's occurring now. But it would certainly be addressed using their current procedures that they have in place already in their schools.
So I guess the question becomes, how do you prevent that student from going, it's my right in the policy? It says it nowhere says that, I mean, it just says, I mean, it doesn't say that, it doesn't preclude that casual walk.
And I think then there'd be a conversation with that student. Does that student need some supports for that?
I mean, I guess, Michelle, where are you looking? Because under restrooms, what I see is students are permitted to use the restrooms that most closely match their gender identity. So I think, I don't know why I just turned that off. I think like that, I guess for us as a committee, I think that sentence captures that. And I think that to the point, it's that if the student understands that to be their gender identity, then that is their gender identity. Period and stop.
The other one I wasn't sure of, and it wasn't in our policy, so I don't know. Obviously, I don't know what the attorney's take on it was, but it was in Portland's. C3, it says, in the event that a student and their parent or legal guardian do not agree with in regard to the student's gender identity or gender expression, the school shall abide by the wishes of the student with regard to their gender identity and expression while at school. It's the only one that really made that distinction, that says that it was on page 4 of 8 for the Portland. It was section 3, C3. And I'm curious what the thoughts were, if you guys looked at something like that and chose, specifically not to include it, if you talked about with the attorneys and they were like, it's best to leave something like that out. It just kind of seems like that's where the ownership of, even if parents are involved, who has the final say on sort of name and expression. Yeah.
Yeah, I thought about that too. That kind of jumped out at me. And then I thought further that we sort of already covered it in just the fact that we're giving the student the chance to choose what pronouns we use at school. So that kind of already says it. I don't know. It seems after second thought that it might be a little bit redundant.
I think that yes, I would agree with that. I think it would be we I think Candy and Maddie, correct me if I'm wrong, but we honestly did not consider adding that particular element. I think because we felt that it was addressed by that we are trusting the students to initiate the plan and for them to determine that need, and then the plan, if it goes forward, sort of unfolds from there, so yeah, we honestly just did not consider including that
Okay.
particular piece of
I was just
text.
curious. I was comparing them all and looking for sort of outliers of things that were in there or not in there, and so figured I'd ask. Susanna?
We also have a statement, I mean, going back to the names and pronouns section of this, that says the students should be addressed by school staff, substitutes, and volunteers by the name and pronouns corresponding to their gender identity that's expressed at school. And so that statement kind of assumes to me that we'd respect the wishes of the student while at school, regardless of their parental or guardian perspective.
So does this section 2 in our policy, the paragraph that reads, if a student requests a change to their name and or gender in school records without parental approval, the superintendent should be consulted and the matter resolved on a case-by-case basis. Students should be informed that parents and guardians have a right to access all educational records of their child, and this information should be discussed in the development of the student's plan. So do I read that to say that if a student had a plan that didn't include a name change, the superintendent would, without the parents' involvement, the superintendent would not be involved? Whereas conversely, specifically if there was a name change requested without the parental involvement, that the superintendent would be?
It says specifically in school records, which I assume is why it specifically gets a superintendent involved, since it would potentially be accessible by the parents.
Right. But wouldn't any support plan be part of their school record?
And any anything that's written is it can be accessible under FERPA by parents.
So are these written, or is that up to the needs?
In practice, talking with our administrators, they're not. It's not a formal written plan. It's other than if there's a pronoun change, then the pronoun would be, or a name change would be on the preferred fields in Schoolmaster. It would be there. But in terms of like we look at for restrooms, it wouldn't necessarily be a formal plan about the restroom, written down like an IEP or a 504.
Okay. But you don't have to have a plan to use the restroom of what you identify as, right?
You don't.
Okay.
You don't. But some do.
So the folks that had sent in questions, I know we've been sort of hopping around and covering stuff all over the place. Do folks feel like they have gotten the answers to most of the ones that they had or were looking for? I think maybe the one we haven't heard from, I know you said you talked with the administrators around the single stall bathrooms and how it's working. Just for purposes of transparency, were the administrators supportive of the policy?
In practice, they're already doing this.
Okay, so nothing that's in this policy really veers away from what they're currently doing for students.
Their current practice. And I think I want to get about the parental involvement piece. I mean, that is part of when we're working with, if there are students, and it usually would be high school level, if there are students that have not had those conversations with their parents, that is the goal, so that they do have those conversations with their parents.
Maura.
I had a question on the last section, staff training and informational materials. I noticed that some other policies used shall in the second sentence, the superintendent or building administrators, instead of may, shall institute in-service training or distribute educational materials regarding the legal rights, etc., personal safety.
Where are you? Which section?
Second sentence.
Oh, G. Okay.
Under G on the last page. I just would think that would be something that we would want to. Did you have this discussion of policy? I bet you did.
No, I don't think we discussed it. I'm laughing because we talk about may versus shall all the time in policy. But I'm supportive of that.
Yes, that was not a principled may. So we could change it to a principled shall.
Because it also provides some flexibility, because it then goes on to and or distribute educational materials regarding legal rights. And
They don't have.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be PD.
doesn't- right.
It would, that's great if it's pursued, but it could be other materials or resources or.
Just Mara, since we're with you, just you did ask a very good question. You asked a question: are all the definitions under Section B defined in the main Human Rights Act? I noticed they're all italicized. It's true. We did wrestle a little bit with the formatting of that section. Basically, the only 1 and 2, and they're referenced as being defined in the main Human Rights Act, and it is the quoted italicized text, not the italicized subheader. But I appreciate the formatting pedantic check.
Just while we're on the subject of formatting, I'm just curious about the difference in the fonts and underline on each of the A, B, C, D, E, all of those. Some of them are.
Yeah, that's sort of it's above your pay grade.
It was just
Beth.
a minor little thing. I know.
Yeah, no, I think that's ugly, and that's ugly and should change. Thanks, Beth.
So, do we feel like with the change to mirror E4 and 5, right? So mirroring those languages there, using some sort of melded amazing word thing that Colin does around strengthening sort of the parental involvement sort of baseline, like that's our goal.
Yep.
But also recognizing that it doesn't prevent any access to other services, and this does not include any medical treatment whatsoever. With those changes, anything else that sort of content-wise folks are thinking?
I felt overall that it was a very solid policy and that most of it was pretty well spelled out or intentionally left vague.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say again that, we have received 40 plus emails. We had, I don't even know, close to 40 people speak tonight. And I just want folks to know that we do read everything. We do take notes. We do hear what people are saying. And we do, put that all into how we think about these policies. I think Colin said it best at the last meeting, where he said no policy is going to make everyone happy. I think that would be virtually impossible based on the wide variety of comments we've heard. But I do think this policy is good for children. It's good for all the children in the RSU. I think with the staggering statistics on the risks to this specific population of our kids, I think it's appropriate that we have a specific policy in place. And I know there was some concerns around pausing this policy until there was some more legal, certainty around how that's never going to happen. It's never going to happen in a way that's, definitive. And if it is, then we'll adjust the policy. But not having a policy also puts us at risk. We could also be facing legal action for not having a policy in place that supports these students. So I think I congratulate the committee. I think you guys did the yeoman's work of putting this together. And despite it only being 4 pages, it's a lot. You put a lot of work into this and a lot of research, and I appreciate your thoughtful approach. And, and I appreciate everyone who's taken the time to read it and provide us their feedback on it, because
It's not easy, and I know everyone's busy. Yeah.
Just because we know that people put a lot of time into reading it, and one of those people was Danielle. And Danielle, you had a couple of questions that I did also just want to address directly. So one of your questions was, if a student has an IEP or a 504 plan in place, how we make a support plan without the parent and or guardianship involved, and the answer is you wouldn't. You would have to involve, that is required for the 504 and on the IEP. And I can pause there if there's a question on that.
I hate this thing. No, I was going to ask, that I figured out on my own, which is why I didn't ask that question. I looked into that. My mom's a special ed teacher. I think she was embarrassed that I didn't know the answer to that. But I have two questions left. And one, I think I know the answer because I think we've heard a couple students speak. But I question, what do the students think, right? What was their involvement on the committee? Were they given some voice that was heard and listened? And are they comfortable with everything the way that it's written and with the 3 bathrooms that are single stalls at the high school?
I can't speak to the 3-stall situation because, again, I think that is beyond the purview of this policy, and so that wasn't something we could really address in this policy, the creation of 27 new single-stall bathrooms. But in terms of the student involvement, the direct student involvement that we had was we shared this policy. Maybe Candy or Maddie, you'll remember when this was exactly, but I believe it was an early.
It happened early, and then it happened again later. So
Yeah, we had
feel like
2 meetings, but I
yeah.
think it was perhaps it was winter. It was last winter. We shared it with the DEI committee. So that's a committee that is made up of administrators, community members, teachers, board members, and students. So we shared the policy with them, and as part of that process, those students also shared the policy with other students. And so we received feedback from a range of students on the specific language that we were working with at the time that was in the draft, and then we worked to incorporate that into the draft. And then when the DI committee met, I believe at the beginning of June, we shared the draft as it stood then, because we wanted to make sure that that committee, whose thoughts we had also incorporated, but your question was about students. And the feedback we got from the students specifically was that they were surprised at how much they liked the policy. That was their sort of quote. But they're very supportive of the policy.
Then my last question was in kind of regards to probably more a Jean about, again, DCS specifically, because, again, that school is very unique in the fact that it goes from pre-K to 8th grade. And, yes, there's a lot of single stall, which we've heard, but there is also some multi-stall bathrooms and locker rooms. But how does the administrators there, deal with the mixing of such large grade differences? Because I think a pre-K student might be a little confused if an older kid is in the bathroom that doesn't match them the way that they would match them. Does that make sense? And
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know how to state that otherwise. I apologize. I didn't mean to insult anybody.
So actually, we followed up with Principal Pidden today about that question, because there are some of those larger multi-stall bathrooms, sort of near the gym area and so forth. And actually, the way that their special schedules work, kids, it's all with their own grade level. So there's not that mix in there. You always think, though, potentially if there's an after-school event, could that happen? It could for sure, but there could, with after-school things, if you have a concert, it could be adults in there too, for that matter. So that during the day, they really don't. There's not an opportunity to mix.
Yeah, I was thinking, I was trying to, kind of visualize all the potential scenarios, particularly around the bathrooms, right? And it could be just as confusing if you're a 5-year-old boy, and we have a policy that says you have to use the bathroom you're assigned with, and you have a transgender girl who's looks like a girl, and the boys are like, that could be just as confusing and potentially even more so. I do think at Durham they do a good job keeping, they're all on different levels and wings, and like she said, specials and lunches, they're all different. So and I don't think the younger kids even use the locker rooms. So
looking back, and thinking, yes, I think that's true. And I think I had said that there are probably some middle school girls that I wouldn't want with my kindergartner either. So, so I get it. Just a question, because I think somebody in the community had asked that, and I thought it was important to address that we're at least thinking about that.
Yeah, and I think that I mean, Jean, you said that you spoke with Principal Pidden today about that, and I think that is a good ongoing conversation to be having. I think that in the course of having the conversation surrounding this, in terms of that sort of access, I think the general principle that we arrived at was that unless the board is willing to determine that transgendered students are more likely to commit assault than cisgendered students, then we cannot create any situation where there would be any sort of differentiation between that. And as a committee, we felt that we could not make that distinction, because for a variety of moral and ethical reasons, but also because there are no statistics to support that whatsoever. And so I think if we want to look at, for example, at DCS, the question of generally the access of younger of kindergartners and 8th graders being in the same space, we should look at that. But again, I think it doesn't have to do with the transgender policy.
Okay. Anything anyone had that they haven't shared yet that they would like to throw on the table? So, so how this would work is we would vote on the policy as with the recommendations or requested changes to the policy committee, who would take those back and bring them back to the board for review to make sure they align with what we thought they were going to say, and don't, have inadvertent changes to the intent that we didn't recognize until we saw it on paper for a second read. Everyone's comfortable with that? And then what is the timing for the second read?
Second meeting in October.
Okay, second meeting in October. So a month from now. Okay. And you guys feel like that gives you enough time to... Oh, sorry. I keep looking at Maddie. She's been on policy forever. I'm looking
Just
at Candy.
Stare at Kara. Just look deeply into Kara's soul.
I'll just
I think
shift
the next
this way.
policy committee meeting's next week.
Okay, right, because it's the 6th, right? We saw that. So so you feel like that gives you guys enough time to make those adjustments and come back to the board with the
Do you
changes?
think so, Candy? Yes. Kara? Yes. Then I would say yes.
Okay. And Cynthia's nodding too, so. Do we, given we're adding things that could be substantive, is there any thought or plan to run this by council one more time before it's adopted?
I think we should and will do that.
Okay, great.
We
Thank
will
you.
not may do it, but we shall do
We
it.
shall do it, yes. Okay. No may, but shall. Okay, great. I appreciate that. All right. Ready for a vote? Great. So we have a motion. We have a second. We have had a lot of discussion. All in favor? Thank you. None opposed. Okay, so we haven't had this issue in a while, but it is 10:24, and we do have a policy that says we will not start a new item on the agenda after 10 p.m. without a vote. I am going to encourage us to table the remaining items, which is the resolutions and the MSMA fall conference information. We'll make sure we get to it at the next meeting, because the fall conference is shortly thereafter. Actually, I guess it's probably right after our second meeting in October. So we'll make sure we get to those discussions. Oh, my phone just told me I had to go to bed. Tell me about it. Do we need anything else on here? No, we did the teacher. Okay. Well, we consolidated the public comment to the beginning. That's what allowed for all the extra. Yeah. Oh, that's right. You were there. Glad you made it. Yes. So we're just going to ask you to come back to the mic, tell us your name, and same rules apply.
I am Adam Stone, Durham, Maine. So last week, Tuesday the 19th, we got a call from the school saying that Oren had broke his arm and that we needed to get there to bring him to the hospital. And it was a big bulge. Well, by the time I was in Waterboro, and my wife was in Wyndham at work, by the time my wife got to the school and I was halfway back, we get a message saying, hey, wrong kid. So now this poor child with a broken arm has sat there in the nurse's office, who you guys want to let lead this, with a broken arm. And after, they finally realized, hey, we got the wrong parents here, then they had to call the right parents. The kid was in 2 grades lower than my son. I mean, we're not even in the same grade. Granted, it was the same school. Surprising. But I have concerns with you guys letting these same people that can't even call the right set of parents, help guide children. It is very questionable. And while I was talking to one of our other parents that was at this meeting tonight, we found out that not only have they done that to my child, but they have done that to their child as well. Different scenario, wasn't a broken arm, kid was just sick. I mean, is this really, these are the level of expectations that we have for these folks, and now we want to pile more on? They clearly can't handle what they have now. I mean, I was floored. They called the wrong parents. This was over an hour that this poor kid with a broken arm had to sit there in the nurse's office. Well, they figured out, hey, maybe we ought to call the right parents. I've got nothing else to say on that. I mean, that's just mind-boggling, guys. I mean, this is flooring. I respect everything you guys do, and I don't envy being in your spot. But at the same time, change is needed. We've got to do something, because if the policies here drive what goes on at the school, and the school is so incompetent that they can't call the right friggin' parents, where are we at? Does that mean that the policy that you guys are driving is making it so they can't call the right parents? Or are we not hiring competent school officials? I don't know where to go. It's so frustrating. I am beyond frustrated with the school district in this school. To go beyond that, 2 years ago when Oren was in 3rd grade, he got hurt at recess. Okay, it happens. Less than a month later, we get another call saying, hey, Oren got hurt at recess again. Now, mind you, he's in a full leg cast and on crutches.
Madam Chair,
they
I
thought
have a
it was
point of order.
appropriate for this child.
This is a discussion of personnel. We have procedure to handle this.
That's
this
fine.
This
you
is not
guys can still
appropriate
hear what I
public
have
comment.
to say. I'm not worried about whether you guys hire, fire, who. I'm more worried about, are you guys doing a qualified job to then put appropriate policy in this school so you guys can appropriately take care of our children? Our children, my child, means the world to me. He's the only one God gave us. Some of you guys have been blessed with multiples. He's my angel. And he means a lot to me. So back to this second incident.
So the 3 minutes is up. I'm sorry.
So back to the second incident.
So
you guys still allowed him to get hurt.
Sir, I appreciate, and we're happy to,
I'm done now. That's where I just wanted to make it clear.
I understand.
This is
Thank you.
It's not one time and done. It is a trend of bad judges.
All right, so we will move the remaining new business items to our next agenda, and I would take a motion to adjourn. Susanna and Candy, thank you. All those in favor? Great, none opposed. Thank you, everyone.